if you like your game of footy and you love to have a beer, Richmond Home Brewing can supply you all the gear.
Richmond Home Brewing has a great range of NRL merchandise so you can support your favourite team this season. Richmond Home Brewing, Conway Street, Lismore.
This Easter at Lismore Speedway, get ready for a battle of epic proportions. 2011 Lismore Nissan and Kia Australian Modified Production Sedan Championship. 80 of the best drivers locked in battle where only one can be victorious and crowned Australian champion. 2 massive jam-packed nights of racing this Easter Saturday and Sunday. Racing at 6 with kids under 12 free. Lismore Nissan and Kia Australian Modified Production Sedan Championship. Lismore Speedway, get ready for battle.
Competition's so tough, just you got to be thereabouts, and we're just hoping this weekend we can put it back up to number 1 again.
Keep the hammer down and hold on pretty much. Very fast racetrack, so hopefully we can come to terms with that and pass a few cars.
Just a matter of keeping your lines consistent with each lap, and if you can do that well then and stay out of trouble, you're going to be there for the final.
Well, it don't take much to be at the back if you hit a flat tyre or anything like that, so a bit of luck plays a part, I think.
Aussie Open champion Chris Jensen from Townsville in North Queensland. Taryn Pottage out of Victoria, and Aaron Broadbridge, a late nomination. And Craig Smiley Williams all the way from Tasmania. The new motor just going to roll that in. after hurting that on Thursday night. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Heat 1 of the National Modified Production title, and we are underway. McDonald gets a good start on the inside. There's plenty of push and shove, and we knew that was going to be a little greasy as Brett Barron goes right to the back. Shane McDonald, the leader, past the Northern Star grandstand for the first time. Robbie going high side and going backwards in a hurry. Barron's made up a few positions, but it's Shane McDonald out in front. McDonald from Quentin Clark, Justin Drew, Pottage up on the inside, a little flex of the muscles on the inside of Graham Jones. Brett Barron has Quentin Clark up on the inside and takes over the lead in heat number 1. McDonald fights back on the inside, they're side by side down the back chute and a turn through. Oh yeah! Quentin Clark moves up and washes off some quick speed, goes back to position number 3. McDonald, the race leader. Justin Drew right on his hammer. Quentin Clark, Jensen, can't find his way through at the back of the field. McDonald and Drew. Drew and McDonald. Razzle dazzle stuff in heat number 1 of the Modified Production Australian Championship. McDonald got some good ride out of force. Third and Drew that time round with 7 to run. Quentin Clark closing back in on the front two. Pottage all on his lonesome in 4th. Brett Barron, Swabble, Graham Jones, Jensen, Corbridge, top arm is broken in the Falcon, and Welby in the back of the field. Quentin Clark is closing in on the front two. Shane McDonald still your race leader. Justin Gray, Quentin Clark, Darren Pottage, Jensen into the side of that Swabble and puts him back a couple of positions. Look at the battle for the lead. McDonald, Drew, Quentin Clark, Pottage. Laps counting down for your race leader, the former national champion, Justin Drew, right on his hammer from Avalon in Victoria. Quentin Clark is 3rd, Pottage closing the gap on the front row. Brett Barron, Chris Jensen with plenty of smoke. Corbridge's got all sorts of problems with the front arm. Falling away, but McDonald's still leading. 2 to 1. As Jensen gets the mechanical defect flag. Whoa, there's a big call early on. McDonald, Drew, and Quentin Clark, 1 to go. McDonald, here comes Drew on the inside. Justin Drew and McDonald side by side. Last corner, McDonald and Drew. Drew on the inside. Oh, Drew again. Oh, yeah. Shane McDonald looks like he's got 2nd. Quentin Clark will get 3rd. Darren Pottage, how about that? From Avalon and Victoria, get off for Justin Drew. Wowee. All right, we're going to have a very happy man here. He took some work. It took 11 and 3/4 laps to get the job done. But well done to Justin Drew, winner of heat number 1. Justin, what a fantastic way to start the campaign.
Thanks, Rhino. Just like to thank Carter for having us for the weekend. We put a huge support into this car this year.
That's a fantastic way. That was hard work out there, mate. But Shane left a little bit of room, and you're more than obliging to jump in there and take it.
Yeah, Shane's a good racer. He's really clean, which I think I'm pretty clean on. And yeah, it's good to race big guys on the track side by side, not touched. Absolutely, all right.
3 is Gavin Lawrenson from Gympie. Next to him, in the little Telstar, one of the hometown heroes, Warren Dew. Mark Raymond returns to the Karoy Auto Wreckers Falcon. And we'll start from position number 5, and he's outside the Victoria number 10 of Trevor Mills. Nathan McDonald will start from position number 7 on it, he's outside. A fellow Toowoomba flyer, Kerry Lack. High Hammer, former national champion in the Kittles Cafe. Number 3, Greg Rawling. Bundaberg's Dennis Shellcross will start on his outside, and Glenn True rounds out your field of starters. And heat number 2. For Lismore, Nissan and Kia, Lawrence and Dew, Raymond and Mills, McDonald, Lack, Rawling, Shellcross and Truan. Heat number 2, we are set for dispatch, and Ramsdale will lead us away. Hutchison on the outside. Gavin Lawrence and Trevor Mills go straight to the top. It's a little greasy up there. McDonald number 2 is onto the infield. Trevor Mills on the outside of Warren Dew. Hutchison and Ramsdale. And Travis Hutchison. A Borgberg to take over the lead. Ramsdale, a bump starting to appear. Hutchison. Have a look at this with 2 by 2 into turn number 3. Hutchison, Ramsdale, Raymond on the inside makes it through into 2. Ramsdale back to 3rd, Lawrence in 4th. Warren Dew, Trevor Mills, Shellcross, Rawling, Truan, Lack and McDonald. It's hard and fast down in front of this one. Raymond sorts up the track a little to see if there's any drive. Further up. On the boarding, yeah, Lismore. Hutchison, Raymond, Ramsdale under attack from Lawrenson, Warren Dew, and Mills and Shellcross go at it. Travis Hutchison out in front. Shellcross moves short, position number 6. Hutchison has Greg Rawling. He's out in the end with a flat right rear. Can you believe that? Rawling, OUT. McDonald on the high side can't find his way through, but it's all Hutchison. And Mark Raymond in the final heat number 2. Hutchison runs a little high. Raymond gets shown into the lead. And Mark Raymond. Leads us down the main straight this time round. Hutchison second. And the Victorians are side by side. Millsy gets around Ramsdale, who's got a flat outside front tyre. And he's going to go all the way back. Hutchison's got a heap of smoke. Coming from the Queensland number 6. Ramsdale forwards to the infield. Mark Raymond still leads with only 2. Travis Hutchison still running second. Trevor Mills is third. Gavin Lawrenson, Dennis Shellcross, Nathan McDonald, Dew, Truan and Kerry Lack with 1 to go for Mark Raymond. Travis Hutchison, the Falcon exploring, and Trevor Mills moves through into position number 2. Past the grandstand for the final time. Formerly Gympie, now Central Queensland, but Mark Raymond will win heat number 2. Trevor Mills will get second. Travis Hutchison hangs on for 3rd. Gavin Lawrenson, Dennis Shellcross, Nathan McDonald, Warren Dew, Truan and Lack, but how about give it up for Mark Raymond. and Mark Raymond sitting here. Mark, well done, mate. Great way to start the weekend.
Yeah, we've had some dramas. Had a few dramas in practice there. Fell out, blew apart, hit the tail shaft. Just the same stuff. Tone strain and pod. We always have a few dramas. Good start of the weekend. I'm hoping we can keep it going.
Absolutely. Car looked really good off the turns. It drove quite well off the turns, considering it's still a little breezy out there.
Yeah, I'd have to thank all my pit crew there for setting the car up good. Car went hand lost well, so thanks everyone for helping.
Very good. All right, we'll let him get back to the pits as heat number 3 rolls out on the racetrack. Mark Raymond, 36 points in the bank. And great way to open the campaign. And what a heat this is going to be. Andrew Harper and Ashley Barron, your starters in heat number 3. We're motoring through it as the pace car pulls off. We're set to go green. Thompson and Bullpen to lead us into turn 1. Third heat, set for a start. And we are underway. Bullpen and Thompson side by side. Fletcher made up plenty of ground. Raymond off the infield alongside Brendan Kennedy. Thompson and Bullpen hard into turn 3 and 4. It's pretty messy for the back of the field. But it looks like we're going to get the job done as Chris Hayden flies up on the inside and makes pretty heavy contact with Bullpen, but allows Fletcher to get around the outside. Gavin Fletcher on the top side. There's 2 Black Falcons side by side. Hayden and Fletcher. Mitchell Thompson's out in front of the Melbourne number 8. Look at Fletcher on the top. Hayden on the bottom. Oh, Thompson's got a flat right rear. Thompson will be out of contention. Hijack for the young fella. Chris Hayden and Fletcher assume the battle for the lead. Hayden and Fletcher. Martin Lawson moves up into position number 3. Dennis Bullpen and Hayden Raymond next on track. Robert Trapp and Brendan Kennedy. The 3 wides in turn number 4. Chris Hayden and Fletcher. Fletcher's gone back to the bottom. There's nothing on the top of the moment. And Fletcher and Hayden are side by side once again. Fletcher moves up and takes over the lead. Hayden right behind him. Martin Lawson. Hayden Raymond. Robert Trapp moves up into 5th. Bullpen's back to 6th. Kennedy, Pearson, Harper, Ashley Barron and Jerry Flood. Look at Gavin Fletcher. And the X-Signs. Gav's engine number 42, 47 on the roof. Hayden right behind him. Martin Lawson. X on track in 3rd. Lost off some speed. I tell you what, Martin Lawson's starting to come on a little. Some bumps over there and trees starting to fall. Fletcher. Caution flag for Lawson with 2 to go. But Fletcher's opened up 4 or 5 car lengths. Back to Chris Hayden. Lawson and Hayden Raymond, 1 to go. Fletcher. What a performance by the big black XL Falcon to win heat number 3. Chris Hayden will get 2nd. Martin Lawson will get 3rd. And we got all sorts of problems in turn 4. Pearson and Harper and Ashley Barron tangled up there. But how about to make some noise for Gavin Fletcher? that's a good battle with Chris Hayden. But well done, Fletch. Sensational start.
Yeah, it was good, mate. Yeah, we're off to a good start, so that's bloody great.
But I see you trying the high line early, like still a little breezy up there, so not much there. You slot back to the bottom and got past Chris Hayden and got the job done.
It is, mate. Yeah. It's just fairly unusable up there, so very fast down low at the moment.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll let him go to the pits, but a good start for Gavin Fletcher. The street art number 20 out of Toowoomba. And I've got a considerable amount of work to done to get out for the second round of heats. Heat number 4. So Ty Galley and Kane Hetke. Yellows are out, we're going to turn them loose. Galley and Headkey. Then Brian Galley and Jacoby. Pagel and West. That's your front 3 rows. Great to have you here. Good crowd in for night number 1 of the Australian Championship. Brought to you by Lismore, Nissan and Kia. We are set for a start. Galley nice and steady. And we're off and running. Ty Galley leads us away. Oh, Westy up on 2 wheels. A little Toronto. He got shot out. And bumped right out of contention in heat number 1. Hetke going high to the board. Pamela up on the top side. It's all Ty Galley out in front. Brian Galley. Next on track, David Jacoby is 3rd. Glenn Pagel 4th. Bullymore. Pagel's gone to the top side. Oh, Bullymore. The ruck's really starting to form. Look at Rodney Pimenta on the top side. Moved up a few positions already. Got plenty of stagger on the car. Got around the top side. Jacoby. Bullymore. Glenn Pagel. Westy Pimenta. It's a Galley domination. Out in front. There's the inside door skid on Brian Galley's car is flown right off of the race machine. And that'll bring on the yellows. And here's an interesting call for the officials. Hopefully some common sense might prevail, which I'm sure it will. Because we'll wait and see what the ruling will be, but a yellow has come on during a heat race for one purpose only. And we'll hate to see someone get sent to the rear for something falling off their car. But it is a Galley domination out in front in heat number 4, Taiwan. Glenn Pagel extremely quick. So too the little Mazda. For the restart, past the Richards hat will go. Ty Galley, Brian Galley, Jacoby and Pagel. And off and running. Ty Galley, his father sticks the nose up the inside of him. Jacoby is 3rd, Glenn Pagel, Bullymore. Jacoby moves up the racetrack. Bullymore about to sneak on the inside. Look at Pimenta. Really starting to work. The number 8, Westy and Bossy. Pagel's up into 4th. Bullymore back to 4th. Jacoby under attack for Pimenta. Jason Boss. And Graham West. Leaning on each other. 5 to go for Ty Galley. Oh, Ty Galley! Your race leader has gone over a big one in turn number 1. It just piked up on 2 wheels. And in front of his father's eyes, he's gone straight over the young fella. Oh dear. Well, a ginormous crash in heat number 4 of the national title. find out. I'm sure Ty will be okay. His father will want to know. His son's okay. It's still sitting on its roof. I'm not sure how good the radio mics will work. We'll have a quick chat. We'll get a quick look at the cars. West in the Tirana, Jason Boss has drawn some attention to himself with the noise meter apparently. Kane Hedke, Peter Gray and Joel Thomas. So we are set for a restart this time. Brian Galley to lead us away. Says only heat number 4. Thanks to Lismore, Nissan and Kia. And we are back underway. Galley, Pagel, Bullimore, David Jacoby, and Pimenta. Oh, they were all getting really unsettled on the bottom through turns 3 and 4. The track is really taking some bumps, and it's getting wild and wild out there at the moment. As Jacoby and Pimenta are side by side, Rocket Pimenta on the bottom. I tell you what, Pimenta is flying, and keep an eye on the Rocket. 18 on the roof, the blue and white Commodore is really making his presence felt in 4th position, starting way down the back. Brian Kelly out in front, Pagel is second, Bullimore is 3rd, Pimenta 4th. Jacoby, Westy, Bossy, Peter Gray. Pimenta on the top will move into position number 3. Look at Pimenta. But Brian Gary will take the win. Glenn Pagel will get second. Pimenta 3rd. Bullimore, Jacoby, West, Boss, Gray, Joel Thomas and Hedke, but how about from Victoria, Brian Galley? He takes his gear off quick. Brian, we won't hold you up too long. You obviously need to get back to the pits and see how the boy is, but a great way to start the title, I suppose.
Yeah, not too bad, not too flash watching me kick slip over in front of me, but oh, shit happens, doesn't it?
Absolutely. We'll let you get back straight to the pits, mate. They've been trapped. He's all the way from Rome. Have been trapped in the floods this week. Only got here just in time for practice, and he'll start from position number 2 out of position number 3. Will be Paul Wilson. On his outside, the 35, Jeff Hayes. A former Queensland champion, John O'Collins. And Darren White in the brand new Sweet Chassis, number 94. David Barbler and Darren Baldwin, a Kingaroy. 4th row, the 5th row, Max Clark. In the number 15 and is outside, the Fraser Coast Series champion this season, Darryl Etherton. Shane Langton and the Victoria number 23 of Brendan Hucker. The Australian Championship heat number 5. Barron and Blackburn to lead us into turn number 1. Green flag at the ready. And we are hammered down for 12. Barron leads us in to the first turn. It's a little scrappy further back, maybe 4 wide even for a moment. Barron, Blackburn on the outside. Barron and Blackburn side by side. Blackburn on the top, Barron on the inside. Max Clark jumping like a pogo stick through the ruts and turns 1 and 2. Barron and Blackburn still side by side. Travis Barron, your race leader. on the side. He still leads as he gets a little airborne to the ruts. Here comes Whitey on the inside now. They're 3 wide into turn number 1, Blackburn. Down the back chute. Dan White is on a mission in position number 2. Here comes Whitey. Whitey up on the inside, takes over the lead. Darren back to second. Blackburn is third, but still on the outside of the little Cortina. John O'Collins is 4th as Huckaple's on to the infield and OUT out. Oh, John O'Collins, flat right rear. And we got one around and big contact. In the 34 machine. And Darryl Etherton nowhere to go. John O'Collins on the infield with damage. And yellow's on again. Well, they are absolutely ripping each other apart here at the Lismore Speedway. I tell you what, this is the biggest race of the year for them. Oh, geez. It is on, but how fast is Whitey? In the cutaway, past the witch's hat they'll go. And Darryl White sets us up into the distance. Down he goes past the main grandstand. Travis Barron is second. Blackburn is third. Shane Langton is 4th. Max Clark, David Barber, Darren Baldwin and Wilson. Look at Whitey, a big push as he comes off one of the ruts. Blackburn off the infield. But he was on. Some debris on the racetrack once again. The yellow's on again. 6 laps, we're halfway through heat number 5. No, just as I say that, they turn it back on. There's still some more problems. Going to the rear of the field, I believe. Wow. Okay, so Whitey's gone to the rear.
Apparently he's lost his ballast, if you pardon the expression.
Ballast. Yep, well that'll do it every time, and that's a good ruling. It's better than excluding him or black flagging, as the old rule book said. So Travis Barron will lead us away at the restart. Shannon Blackburn, Shane Langton, and Max Clark. And that's how they run in heat number 5. We're halfway through this one. Barron out in front. Langton gets up on the inside of Shannon Blackburn. Langton and Blackburn side by side. Whitey and Baldwin make contact on the way through. Langton and Blackburn still side by side for second and third. Whitey up in the 4th position. Have a look at Darren White, Blackburn on the outside of Langton. The little Cortina still running the top. But it's Travis Barron out in front with 4 to go. Barron, Langton, Blackburn. Whitey is now 4th. Max Clark is 5th. David Barber, Darren Baldwin and Paul Wilson. Whitey closes right up on the front tee. 3 to go. Darren White up on the inside of Shannon Blackburn. Here comes Darren White and the Big Falcon. Barron, your race leader. Langton, there's 2 to go. Barron, Langton, White. Down past the Lismore Automobile Club. The white flag will come out for the race leader. Barron, Langton, Whitey up on the inside, and that'll be a flat right rear for Blackburn, but checkered flag, and Travis Barron will take out heat number 5. Langton will get second, Whitey third, Max Clark, Blackburn, Barber and Baldwin, and Paul Wilson. But how about to make some noise for Travis Barron? And he's a little pumped. White set to the rear for the ballast. That is legalised weight you're allowed to put in the car. It's lead you can bolt in. So here's a happy man, Travis. How about that?
Righto, you know how hard we've worked for this, mate. The OTEC lubricants, Falcon, Boswell.
I don't know what's happening down there, but your microphone has died, Rhino, so maybe it needs another battery.
None of this would be done, mate. Excellent. Well done to David Lander. Let's have a good meeting.
Absolutely. That was an anticlimax.
Jason Jolly, one of our locals in car number 22 in third. Damien Forrest, the car that was totaled the other night, totally rebuilt yesterday. He's in fourth spot. Craig Franz, Brett Brady, Steve Johnson, Ben Baxter, Mark Carlin, Trent Nicolai, Mark Ferguson, and Matthew Egan as they come round for a start. Jason Jolly wanting to get away nice and cleanly. 4 wide as they go down the back straight past the Lismore Automobile Club. Oh, absolutely blinder there. The number 9 car is Todd Doyle. He's got out quickly. Oh, a nasty moment for the car in second position. That's let Jason Jolly through. Jason don't mind the bumps and the ruts in this track. It's where he's grown up. The local town hero coming in, car number 16 in third position. That is Steve Jordan. He's been here a few times in the past. He'll know this track really well, but it's a couple of Commodores up front. The number 9 car. Todd Doyle in the VZ Commodore, Jason Jolly in the 22. Challenge for second and third, side by side. Into turn 3 they go. It's the Baxter car, number 5, with panel work floating around out there as well. He's been in the wars. He's now up into third position. 7 laps to go. Number 9 car on the roof, Todd Doyle. He's been pulling away, stretching a nice comfortable lead on this with 7 laps to go. Jason Jolly in third position. In third position, should I say, is the number 5 car, Baxter. That's Brett Baxter in his V1 Commodore. So they've stretched out. Battle for 4th and 5th. Really starting to warm up at the front of this race. Not many challenges, however, I reckon Jason Jolly might be under a bit of pressure shortly. Got to get the mouth back under control. Bert Baxter almost on the tail of Jason Jolly. Now leader, almost I'd say about a quarter or a third of the track in front. That is the number 9 car of Doyle. 3 laps to go for our leader Doyle. Jason Jolly in the Baxter car. Baxter just dropped off the tail of Jason Jolly in that last lap. On car slowed down up in turn 3. White flag out for our leader. It's the number 9 car of Todd Doyle. White flag. 1 lap to go. Jason Jolly in second position in 22. Then the Baxter car in number 5. Oh, Jason Jolly's had a moment. That's let Baxter get through. A nasty moment with the rut going into turn 2. with the checkered flag for Doyle. So it's 9, 5 and 22. Jason Jolly. He'll be so upset with himself. It was just one bad moment. The rut got him in turn 2. He shot sideways and Baxter shot underneath. But it is the number 9 car of Todd Doyle, BZ Commodore, Nash's Produce, GW Racing car. He is...
Alright, he's done this a couple of times before, but Todd, great way to start the weekend, mate.
Yeah, it's not too hard off the front row, but no, the car was not too bad, I think.
Yeah, that's right, and this track looks like it's going to be a lot of fun over the weekend.
Yeah, she might have a bit of character by the look of it, eh?
Absolutely, we'll let him get back to the pits. And heat number 7, the Lismore Nissan and Kia Australian Modified Production title. It's Nathan McDonald and Brent Barron on the front row. Mark and Aidan Raymond, Brendan Kennedy, Peter Gray, Pimenta, Headkey, Justin Drew, West and Pearson. Pace car is in. Heat number 7 about to get underway. They are set for a dispatch. Barron on the outside, McDonald on the inside, and we are underway once again. Even start off the line, and McDonald and Barron fight through the bumps. It's Brett Barron who's got the upper hand for only a moment. McDonald and Barron down the end of the turn 3 and 4. Look at Barron on the outside, foot in the bucket. McDonald, a little touch and pass, and makes his way into the lead. Barron will be content with second at the moment. It's Aidan Raymond up into third. Barron through the ruts will go back plenty of positions. Kennedy and Mark Raymond make contact down the main straight, but it's Nathan McDonald out in front by 4 car lengths back to the current Queensland champion. Aidan Raymond is second. Peter Gray is third. Brendan Kennedy is fourth, not for long, as Mark Raymond switched to the top and moves up into fourth position. Make it just about third. He got a good run through 4. Rodney Pimenta's on the top as well. Brendan Kennedy down the bottom's going backwards. The top line is the place to be at the moment, I believe. And it's McDonald, Aidan Raymond, Peter Gray, Mark Raymond, Kennedy, Pimenta, Justin Drew, Graham West, Brett Barron, Edke and Pearson. Oh, Mark Raymond up into the side of Peter Gray. The race continues. Raymond on the top. Pimenta can't find a way past. Justin Drew goes to the top. Nathan McDonald, the IT guru out of Toowoomba, in front of Aidan Raymond. Mark Raymond and Peter Gray. It's a ding-dong battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. As Westies climb into that, Justin Drew going nowhere in this one. Then Nathan McDonald as is running away with this one. He's got a big lead as he yellows. Come on for Darren Pearson, who's lost a wheel in turns number 3 and 4. He's had a wretched start to his Australian Championship, and that team's got some more work to do. 2 to go. We got a green-white checker for McDonald, Aidan Raymond and Mark Raymond. Kennedy, Peter Gray, your top 5. Set for the restart. They're nose to tail. And we're up and running. Nathan McDonald sat it and waited. It bunched the field right up behind him. Raymond's both got a good start. As Pimenta gets around Graham West and sets his sights on the front few. One to go for Nathan McDonald. He leads us down the back chute for the final time. Aidan Raymond second. But Nathan McDonald will get the win. Aidan Raymond will get second. Mark Raymond will get third. Pimenta will get fourth. Brendan Kennedy, Peter Gray, but how about from Toowoomba? Nathan McDonald! Great win. Well, Nathan, I tell you what, you found some speed out there in the 32 machine, and great win, mate.
Thanks, Rhino. Just wrong place and the wrong time in the first heat, but yeah, the car really likes this sort of track, a few bumps, but everyone's got a drive on it, so fast.
No doubt about it, and big effort by the team to get you here. It takes a lot of people to make it happen, and you've got a great support crew behind you.
Yeah, we've got a great crew. Without everyone helping us, the whole team, we wouldn't be here. And yeah, just looking forward to a great weekend.
We'll get it on, all right, mate. We'll let you get back to the pits. They're still rolling around. Fletcher, Doyle, Bullymore, Walling and Lawrenson. There's some stars down the back of this one. Keep an eye on Trappy from the front. Let's see what happens in the next heat of the Modified Production Australian Championship. They come around to meet the green. And they stand on the button. And we're off and running. Wacky and Trappy down the back straight for the first time. Bossy got a good start. Truan going to the boards with problems as they try to sort themselves out. Todd Doyle's made up a fair few positions already. Fletcher got balked and's gone back in the field. Rolling. Moved up into sixth position on the inside of Todd Doyle. Fletcher on the top with Doyle. They make plenty of speed up to 3 and 4 that time round. Trappy's the race leader. Kerry Lack, Martin Horson. Welby, Walling, Boss, Doyle, Fletcher, Bullymore, Lawrenson. Have a look at this. They're 2 by 2. It's Trappy out in front from Lack, Horson, Walling, Welby, High Dry and Handsome, Todd Doyle, Bossy, Fletcher, Bullymore, Lawrenson. Martin Horson gets up the inside of Kerry Lack and moves into position number 2. Lack is back to third. Walling is fourth. Doyle is sixth. Or fifth. Weldon sixth. Fletcher seventh. Bossy's going backwards with a front right rear as Greg Walling's on the charge into third position. Todd Doyle up in the fourth position now. 6 laps to go for your race leader. As Kerry Lack gets back past Todd Doyle, they're side by side, past the pit. With that time they go. Here comes Martin Horson. Has a dive at the inside, hits the ruts, unsettles the car, and Trappy takes back the lead. So Trappy out in front of Toowoomba steering suspension number 23. Horson is second. Walling, Doyle, Lack under attack from Fletcher. The flame, the afterburn from Horson as Greg Walling has a look on the outside. Greg Walling to the top side. Look at Greg Walling go. And the New South Wales number 3 on the top side. Horson, and he'll make it work. 2 to go for your leader. Trappy, Walling, Horson, Doyle, Fletcher. Your top 5 in this one at the moment. One to go. As Dahl goes to the top. Down the back straight for the final time. It's Trappy. Horson is expiring, and Fletcher will get past him for 4, but Rubber Trap will take the win. Roy will get second. Todd Doyle third, Gavin Fletcher fourth. Martin Horson, Welby, Lack, Gavin Lawrence and Bullymore and Dew. But how about if you winner from Toowoomba, Robert Trap? Oh, the Toowoomba fans are happy. That's 2 in a row for them. And well under Trappy. Well, Trappy. How about that, mate? You smoked them, mate?
Oh, about smoked them, mate, but she's hard to hang on out there. It's getting a bit rough, but we got there in the end. I thought she was all over in the first corner, the first lap, and she went up 2 wheels.
No, good performance, though, and great to see you back. You're just sneaking around Australian Total Time, mate. It's good stuff.
Yeah, mate, yeah. Can I just say hello to my daughter, Jess, and Mackenzie in the crowd, and they're just watching tonight. It's good to have them here. And my wife, Donna.
Very good. All right, mate. Off he goes. Toowoomba steering. South Australia looking forward to that road trip. We'll worry about that on Sunday. It's Craig Franch and Broadbridge on the front row. Whitey and Clark. Heat number 9 about to get underway. Keep an eye on Hayden to go to the boards. Franch and Broadbridge up the main straight to the T-line, and we are green once again. Franch and Broadbridge. Max Clark on the outside. Shellcross on the outside. Carlin on the outside. Oh yeah, as Clark gets a little wild through turns 3 and 4. Broadbridge nice and steady on the bottom, your race leader. Clark, here comes Mark Carlin, former national champion, up in the 3rd position. Broadbridge goes back to 2nd as Max Clark takes the lead. Whitey on the inside, back up to 4th. Shellcross on the outside. Oh, Floody and Bullpen contact. They both drive away. Have a look at this for racing. Clark, Carlin, Broadbridge, White, Shellcross. Carlin down on the bottom. And Mark Carlin takes over the lead. Max Clark fighting back, takes back the lead. Oh! Jags it up. Coming out of 4. Royce continues with Carlin. Here comes Darren White now. Max Clark will not go away. Shellcross and Craig Franch side by side. Broadbridge back to 6th. Chris Hayden, Morgan Shellcross, yellows on. Before the bumper on the main straight in front of us. Well, that is heart in the mouth kind of racing. Green. Carlin to lead us away, looks dynamite. Down the bottom, Max Clark will not go away. Don't count out Whitey or the little Cortina from Bundaberg, Dennis Shellcross. Here we go once again. The drop of the flag. And we're off and running. Carlin. Down the back chute we go as Hayden gets up on the inside of Broadbridge and moves through into position number 6. Whitey down the bottom. Max Clark really crossed up through turns 4 that time. And Darren White moves in to position 2. Shellcross on the bottom. Dennis Bullpit out with a flat right rear. That won't be the last time that happens to someone tonight. Shellcross and Clark. Shellcross and Clark come together, opens the door for Craig Franch. He moves into position number 3. Whitey down the bottom, have a look at Darren White takes over the lead. Holy smokes, Whitey is flying. Mark Carlin got no answers. because Carlin just had the stickers sucked off his Falcon from Darren White. Craig Ferns, his third Shellcross in a ding-dong battle with Hayden, Max Clark and Broadbridge. Hayden, a big move. Oh, they are bashing each other up. Oh, Broadbridge up onto wheels comes. Comes to a rest in front of the Valvoline scoreboard. It's running sweet. It's looking sensational. And he's about to take the green with 2 to run. Nice and steady. They're not to go early. And they're off and running once again. Hayden has a big dive on the inside of Craig Ferns. That's for 3rd and 4th. Whitey leads us through 3 and 4. He'll get the white flag this time round. It's Whitey, Carlin, Ferns and Hayden. Whitey's still your leader. 3 car lengths to Mark Carlin. And Darren White will take the win. Carlin will get second. Craig Ferns, Chris Hayden, Max Clark, Egan, Shellcross, Floody and Wilson. How about that, folks? Give it up for Whitey! Oh, yeah! Tell you what, Whitey, that was impressive.
Yeah, no, actually, the sweet ride, this one.
You're paid to say that?
No.
After the first heat, obviously some ballast fell off and they put you to the rear. That's probably better than the old rule book than putting you straight out and then still to come through, get a podium in that and then obviously win this one. That's a great start.
Yeah, no, thanks, Rhino, and I'd like to thank my brother Robbie because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here. Speedy, Ash, Matt Pasco, there's just heaps of people that put this car together in the last couple of months and yeah, no, it's a good ride.
Absolutely, mate. We'll let you get back to your pits. How about some noise for Darren White? Brand new car. And that's how you do it. Motorsport number 42, new colours for the weekend. Glenn Pagel. Always immaculate Commodore out of Gympie. Darren Baldwin. And Graham Jones. Set and ready to be turned loose at heat number 10. Langton and Pottage. And we are off and running. Ferguson, a questionable start. It'll stay green, no it won't. And the others are on. Back to 7, he'll get a caution. They won't send him in a rear. If he does it again, they will. So it's take number 2 in heat number 10. Langton and Pottage to do it. Once again. Ready and off. Here we go, Langton gets a great start. In the 72 machine. Hayes and Pottage side by side, 2nd and 3rd. Steve Jordan. Travis Barron going backwards. Langton and Pottage down the back straight. There they go. Jacoby's up in the 4th position. Ferguson, Pagel, Barron, Jones, and Baldwin. Look at Pottage. Bicycles up on 2 wheels. Runs high. Langton switches back to the bottom for a look. Pottage closed the door in his face. Langton still 2nd. Hayes, Jacoby. Jordan is 5th. Pagel 6th. Ferguson. Travis Barron with problems. It'll pull onto the infield and out of harm's way. Graham Jones up the inside of Ferguson. Pottage a race leader. at Glenn Pagel. Pagel's starting to get a wound up on the top. Glenn Pagel starting to make a run all right. Here comes Glenn Pagel. Narrowly in the third position. Langton mid-track, Hayes on the bottom, Pagel on the top. It's point and shoot. Here, number 10, Pottage. Pottage in the Holland Trade Club dealer car. Langton, Pagel, Jacoby, Hayes. Oh, this is razzle-dazzle champagne racing. The Modified Productions, Pagel on the top side. Look at Glenn Pagel. Around the outside and into position number 2. Langton. Now on attack from Jacoby, who's locked down in the gutter. Two to go for your race leader. Glenn Pagel is catching him. At a rapid rate of knots, the white flag will come out. Pottage. Glenn Pagel with a wet sail. Look for a big run on the final corner. Here comes Pagel on the outside. But Pottage will get it. Pagel will get second. Jacoby for third. Langton, Hayes, Bradford, Jones, Ferguson and Baldwin. But how about some noise for the Victorian Pottage? How about that, man? You just said you've forgotten what it's like to win a race. That would look like hard work out there.
Man, that track is something else, but I figured, mate, if I just sort of sit around the bottom and just let the back ride through the holes, it's going to take a hell of a drive to go around the outside.
That's right, and great effort. Once again, you guys really travel all around the countryside supporting these national titles. You've got a great team behind you.
Yeah, look, it's just awesome. We just love coming to these races every year. We go to every Australian title. This is just fantastic, and to actually be competitive, I am so wrapped. It's unbelievable.
Very good, mate. All right, we'll let you get back to it. Great performance. All right. No mucking around. We keep them rolling. Barron and Baxter to lead us away. Heat number 11. It's getting tough out there. Let's see what unfolds.
Barron stands on the fun button. And we're up and running. Baxter keeps the beat in with on the outside. It looks a little bit of groove actually on the outside. And Baxter takes it past Ashley Barron. And leaves us past the boss for the first time. Baxter. Oh, Quinton Clark, a little ugly through the bumps, out of turn number 2, and Etherton gets up on the inside. Trent Nikolai turns around on the infield and backs onto the infield, and the race will continue. It's Baxter, Barron, Barbara, Quinton Clark, Barbara. A flat right rear and goes back plenty of position. Yes, he does, and he is out of the vent. Look at Baxter though. It is on rails through the bumps. Here the Lismore Showgrounds for the Nissan and Kia Australian Modified Production Championship, heat number 11. Baxter. Barron the battle. It's Clark and Everton. Swabrook. McDonald. Darren Forrest gets through. Oh no! Forrest gets through on Hutchison. Oh my goodness! Oh, he smokes Terry Bronner's roll out a ginormous rollover. In front of the main grandstand, Darren Forrest has gone in head first in turn number 2 and Bronner's gone over 1,000,000 times. In turn number 3 and 4, red lights on. That was a nasty one. Over there, you would have been a good, did you get that up there on the DVD? Travis Hutchison, your remaining competitors in this heat race. There's a few on the infield now. But the witch's hat is ready. The green flag about to drop. And we're off. And running once again, Brett Baxter. Leads down the back chute once again as Etherton gets through on Quinton Clark. And Etherton will take over position number 3. Matt Swabrook will get through into 4th position not for long as Quinton Clark's fighting him back on the inside. Etherton giving Barron a little bit of a hurry up. It's tough work through 3 and 4. Swabrook on a mission now. And the Toronto spare car up in the 3rd position for Swabrook. Etherton fighting back on the outside. Ashley Barron is hanging on for 2nd. But there's some red and white Falcons on the charge behind him. Swabrook through into 2nd. Barron back to 3rd. Barron fighting back on the inside. Brett Baxter runs away, or running away with this one. Down in front. Barron made a little contact with the fence and lose the position. Back to 4th. Gets a good run out of 3. Right behind Quinton Clark. Oh no! Brett Baxter, the race leader, is in the fence. And yellow's on again. Oh my goodness. It is insane. Baxter in the fence and out of the event. We haven't got enough recovery vehicles. Deary, deary me. And running once again, a quick battery change for me on the infield at Ashley Barron. Gets a great run up on the inside of Quinton Clark. It's getting extremely rough out there in 3 and 4. Matty Swabrook leads us down the back straight for the final time. Ashley Barron is 2nd, Quinton Clark is 3rd, and that's how they'll finish. Great win by Matty Swabrook. Ashley Barron, Quinton Clark, Etherton, McDonald and Hutchison. Oh, but what a performance. Give it up for Matt Swabrook. Well,
Matty, after Thursday night, I'm sure you didn't think this was going to be happening.
No, I didn't, especially not in a Ford, that's for sure.
Well, it was hard luck for Brett, but at the end of the day, 36 points for you, and that's what you came here to do.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I just want to thank everyone that's helped me out, especially Glenn for giving me a car to race. That's
Yeah, no doubt about it. And big performance to run back up the coast and you go and pick up the car, bring it back, and you look pretty good this morning in practice. You happy with the car?
Yeah, I'm stoked. A bit underpowered. It's driving out nice.
Absolutely, indeed. We'll let you get back to the pit area as the next team race comes out. In the blue XF Falcon from Cairns in North Queensland, Brett Brady, Mitchell Thompson from Maryborough will be out of position 3. Brian Galley from Victoria are out of 4. Jason Jolly, the former national champion from right here in Lismore, out of 5. Shannon Blackburn, Joel Thomas, Trevor Mills, and Wayne Ramsdale, your starters. Final heat race of round number 2 for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. And we are off and running. Jensen got a good start. Brady didn't go. Oh, Blackburn up over the back of Brian Galley with 3 wide down the back straight. Galley moves through into position number 4. Thomas fighting back on the inside. Oh, Mitchell Thompson has got problems, I think. No, he keeps it in. He made contact with the fence, but it's able to keep it going is Brian Galley. Gives him a touch up on the way past. In the 3rd position. Chris Jensen, the race leader. From Jason Jolly, Brian Galley, Thompson, Thomas, Mills, Blackburn, Ramsdale and Brady. It's off and ready. On the Lismore Showgrounds tonight. And Chris Jensen. Brian Galley moves up into position 2, puts Jason Jolly back to position 3. Thompson hanging on to 4th from Joel Thomas, Blackburn and Trevor Mills. And Brett Brady. The next one's on track. Chrissy Jensen from Townsville, North Queensland. Here's your race leader. Oh, Blackburn really cropped up out of 4. Keeps control of the race, of the car in the race. And Jensen still he's out in front. Jolly's back in the 2nd. Galley and Jolly. Jolly hangs on the 2nd at the moment. Galley then down on the bottom. Thompson still 4th. Oh no! Big crash in turn number 2. Blackburn and Mills are gone hard into the fence and yellows are on again. Deary, deary me. Oh. Jeez. On the bottom. It's hardly anyone's fault. A Jagger rut. One jumps over another and they both end up in the fence.
The rest of this race finished.
To see the gooseneck it's in as well. Jason Jolly right behind him. Mitchell Thompson, the youngster out of Maryborough. Alrighty, 5 laps left to run in heat number 12. And we're off and running. Jensen finds a nice run, a nice line through turns 1 and 2. Jolly right behind him, Thompson, Thomas, Brady and Ramsdale. Jensen, Jolly off the infield. A little bit of spark starting to fly from the front of Chris Jensen. A lot of sparks in fact. From
In the front of the race leaders, Commodore, Jolly, Thompson, Thomas, Brent Brady and Wayne Ramsdale. Laps counting down. Only 2 to go. Jensen, Sparks from the Commodore. He's hanging on for dear life. He's got 1 lap to go. Joey is second, Thompson is third. Joel Thomas and Brady. Ramsdale. Final corner, final time. And Chris Jensen will take the win. Joey will get second, Thompson third. Thomas, Brett Brady and Wayne Ramsdale. But how about that, folks, from Townsville, North Queensland? Give it up for Chris Jensen!
Jano, how about that, mate? That is tough work out there, but you just did what you had to do and you got it done.
Yeah, I know, it's rock and roll headquarters, isn't it, eh? Far out, that's probably the roughest I've raced on for a long time.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously the right choice now. The grader's coming out to fix her up, and hopefully that'll improve the racing. But not all went to plan in that first heat.
No, once again we had a small smoke issue. Someone left the tappet cover bolts a little loose. That'd be me, but we moved on from there.
Haven't we done that already?
Yeah, well, you know the story, mate. There's always something, eh?
Absolutely. All right, mate. We'll let you get back to it. All right. Heat number 13 of the Australian Championship. Rodney Pimenta and Max Clark on the front row. Kennedy and Langton, Broadbridge, Pottage, Jordan and Jacoby set for 12 laps. And we are underway. Pimenta gets a nice start on the bottom. Max Clark over the bumps. They're still there. And Shane Langton will slot through into position number 2. Max Clark will go back to third. Brendan Kennedy is fourth. Aaron Broadbridge, Phil Pottage, David Jacoby, and Steve Jordan at the rear of the field. Max Clark trying to run the high line. There's nothing there. It's too fast on the bottom. And Broadbridge moves in to P4. Pimenta, Langton, Pottage moves up on the inside of Max Clark now. Jacoby moves through. Pottage unchanged in the event. Rodney Pimenta out in front by about 8 car lengths to Langton. Max Clark gets sure on Pottage and sets his sights on Baldwin. Jacoby's got problems. A little miss in the 36, gets back on the gas now. Pimenta running away with this one. Langton second. Kennedy and Broadbridge. Pimenta is still out in front. Langton, Kennedy, Broadbridge unchanged in the event. Single file through the bumps and turns 1 and 2. There's only 4 to go for Rocket. Pimenta running away with this one. He is a long way in front.
inside. Out of turn number 4. It's still tough work out there for the drivers. White flag will come out for Rocket. Langton, the length of the straight behind him. Steve Jordan pulling onto the infield. But Rocket Pimento will take the win. Langton will get second. Kennedy, Broadbridge, Max Clark, Phil Pottage, David Jacoby. Oh, well, what a dominant performance from Toowoomba. Make some noise to Rodney Pimenta.
He was just getting some orders from the Chief Steward, I believe, over the one-way. All right, Rocket. How about that, mate? That was really quick.
Yeah, no, it's good when you get out in front and you can sort of control the race a bit, but coming from the back's very interesting, and the track's certainly entertaining for the crowd. So I hope the crowd are enjoying it, and I'd like to thank Kathy and all the family that are here up on the hill. Thank you.
Very good. We'll let him get away. We'll push through the show. Matt Swarbrook and Ross Bullymore on the front row. Heat number 14 about to get underway for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. The Australian Championship. What a night it's been. 5 more to go, including this one. Swarbrook and Bullymore. It's Ford versus Mazda. And we are underway. Swarbrook leads us through turn number 1 for the first time. Down the back chute he goes, the Mazda of Bullymore, having a little bit of a sneaky look on the outside. Bullymore running the high line of the Mazda and got some momentum. Have a look at the little Mazda on the outside. Bullymore on the outside of the Mazda. Oh, good to watch. Swarbrook on the bottom. Bullymore on the top. They're side by side. Around the circuit we go. Bullymore still on the top. Swarbrook on the bottom. Bullymore the upper hand into turn 1. Jerks a run on settles the car. Swarbrook fights back on the inside. They're still side by side. Through 3 and 4. Oh. Swarbrook the nose of the Falcon in front. Yellow's on as Paul Wilson's in the fence. Oh. How about that, Lismore? The little Mazda on the outside. And great driving by Matt Swarbrook on the inside. They didn't trade paint on one occasion. Paul Wilson in the fence. And the yellow's on again, recovery crew called into action. Do some work on that and get him back out tomorrow, no doubt about that. So the little Mazda of Ross Bullymore will set us free in heat 14. And here we go again. He might try to keep the car down on the bottom, but is it going to be as fast on the bottom? Swarbrook, will he go to the top and have a look as he saw that there was working for the Mazda? Bullymore out in front. Swarbrook second. Oh, he runs a little high.
washes off some speed. Swarbrick has a little Captain Cook on the inside. He's rolling him in. Here comes Matty Swarbrick once again. Trying to mount a challenge, but the Mazda just pulls away. Hayden is third and under attack from Craig Fans. Welby, Brady, and Hutchison. Unchanged in this one. Boymore starting to run away with it. Three to go. Boymore in the Lightning McQueen plate-coloured Mazda. Out of Townsville in North Queensland is doing a super jump in front of Max Warwick. Craig Fans still looking for a way past Chris Hayden, but can't get the job done at the moment. The white flag will come out for Boymore. Welby problems in turn number 4. Rolling around as Craig Fans gets up on the inside of Chris Hayden on the last lap, but the Mazda of Ross Boymore will take the win. Matt Swarbrick will get second, Hayden third, Craig Fans fourth, Brett Brady and Travis Hutchison. Oh, how about that, folks? Give it up for Ross Boymore!
Actually, we worked it out up here. It's not right.
I'll tell you what, there's one happy person in here. Hey mate, who would have thought you got to win an Australian title?
Oh mate, I'm stoked. Last run was bad track, but worked a little bit better for this one. But stoked for my crew, mate. It's just awesome. Thanks.
Absolutely. A long haul all the way from North Queensland. How long does it take you to get down here?
About 21 hours. We took it pretty easy, but yeah, so far it's well worth the trip. So yeah, it's good, mate. Cheers.
All right, mate, we'll let you get back to the pits. I'm sure a couple of quiet beers will be in order for the team out of North Queensland. The Little Rotary has got one on the board, 36 points for a win. As heat number 15, Gavin Lawrenson and Dennis Shellcross, Robert Trapp and Todd Doyle, John O'Collins and Travis Barron. A big field for heat number 15. Strap yourselves in, there's some heavy hitters at the front, the middle and the back. We're about to turn them loose. Flood and Drew, and we are underway. Once again, Drew and Flood. Floody leads us for a moment, but Justin Drew gets the drive of the leaders into turn 3 and 4 the first time. It's helter skelter, 3 wide. Out of 4, Todd Doyle on the chart, so too John O'Collins. Todd Doyle up in the 4th position. Gets up on the outside. Doyle on the outside will go to P3. John O'Collins finally on the inside of Flotty. Flotty back to 5th, make it 6th, make it 7th. As Gavin Lawrenson moves through. It's Justin Drew out in front. And red light's on.
Red light is on. Fire in car number 31. Got to get him straight over to the fireys. Fire in the rear of that car, which is why the red light has been thrown.
A fair few flames in the back of the Travis Barron Falcon, indeed. Going to pull up, red lights on.
Cars getting back underway. Stewards will have this race going in just a moment.
Justin Drew to lead us away. Commodore looks good out there, but he's a couple of quick ones behind him. Ready to stand on the fun button. And they're off and running. Justin Drew, Joel Thomas runs a little high, and Todd Doyle will slip past and take over position number 2. Joel Thomas back to 3rd, John O'Collins, Robert Trapp, Gavin Lawrenson, Shellcross, Hedke and Barron as Todd Doyle gets up on the inside of Justin Drew. Drew and Doyle side by side. Drew and Doyle. Todd Doyle runs a little high, washes off some speed. Justin Drew fights back, but Doyle's quick through the middle of the corners. Doyle from Drew, Collins, Trappy, Thomas, Shellcross, Lawrenson, Henke and Barron. Shellcross have a log on the outside. And the Barron Falcon on fire once again. Red light's on, he pulls straight up at the fire crew. Joel Thomas, he's struggling. He told me on the infield he's got no brakes whatsoever in the Commodore, and you know how hard that'll be out there at the moment. Lawrenson and Hedke set for the start with 5 to go. Doyle, John O'Collins has a look on the inside of Justin Drew. John O'Collins has got some drive in the 21 machine. Trappy, Shellcross and Thomas. 4 to go for your race leaders. Shellcross gets really high up on 2 wheels, that time through turns number 1. Doyle is flying out in front. Two and a half laps left to go for your race leader. Thomas on the outside of Shellcross for 5th and 6th. Justin Drew, clear cut in 2nd. John O'Collins becoming under attack from Trappy. 1 to go for your race leader. The precision and the craft of Todd Doyle will getting the win. Justin Drew, Collins, Trapp, Shellcross, Thomas, Lawrenson and Hedke. But what a performance from down the back from Gimpy. Give it up for Todd Doyle! Hey Todd, that was really impressive, mate. You must be happy.
Yeah, we changed the heat before, a diff before last heat, so it you made it go a bit better.
Absolutely, you have a hard-working crew out there and a great car, and you're so lucky to have a good team.
Oh yeah, I am. Thank Nash and all the guys that helped too. Thanks very much.
Very good. All right, mate. He heads back to the pits, 2 wins and a podium. I'll nearly stick my neck out and say that field 7 starters, 12 lap for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. The Australian Modified Production Championship, I tell you, Nikolai's got them held right up. Look at them bunched right up. Here we go, steady, push and shove. I got a bad feeling. We're 4 wide.
wide into turn number 1. This can't be good, but it's working itself out at the moment. Joey, your race leader. Joey will lead it. Turn number 1 for the second time, Peter Gray. His second, Ferguson is third. David Barber having a good run on the bottom. Aidan Raymond up on the inside. Brett Barron on in the middle. Barber on the outside. Etherton. Thompson making some ground up from down the field. Peter Gray closes right up in the back of Jason Jolly. They bound through the ruts in turns 1 and 2. Peter Gray. Peter Gray up on the inside of Jason Jolly. Jolly fighting back on the outside. Gray on the inside. Have a look at this. Jolly. Still your leader. Peter Gray second and not done with. Raymond up the inside of Ferguson. Barber, Barron, Pagel, Etherton, Thompson, June, and Nikolai around the wrong way on the main straight.
Ferguson looks good. Heat number 16 has 6 laps still to run. Jolly dictates the pace. The green flag in the starter's hands for Lismore Nissan.
Jason Jolly will lead us away as Aidan Raymond slips up the inside of Peter Gray. Here comes Raymond. Up the inside of Peter Gray. Gray and Raymond side by side. Raymond. Oh, big bicycle from Raymond. Somehow saves it, goes back to position number 4. Peter Gray back to second, Ferguson to third. Pagel on the inside of Barbara. Etherton, Thompson, Jude, and Nikolai. Jason Jolly out in front. Mitch Thompson has a look on the outside of Barbara. The Jolly flying out in front. Barron and Pagel resume the battle. Further down to the field for 5th and 6th. Peter Gray can't close the gap to Jolly. He's got 1 to go. Down the back straight. Checkered flag already, and Jason Jolly will take the win. Peter Gray for second. Ferguson third. Raymond fourth. Pagel, Barron, Thompson, Barber, Jew, Etherton, and Nikolai. Out of your hometown heroes, make some noise for Jason Jolly.
Well, great performance in heat number 16. Hometown heroes, he's tasted success on the...
Well, hi Jason. Great to be back on the out of the front, eh?
Oh mate, she struggled all night with a few spring changes, and it's a hell of a lot better. I don't know if we're out in front not much, but the car felt just a mile better compared to what it did earlier in the night.
Yeah, it sure did. It handled the bumps a lot better. You must go a bit of a fright. Peter Gray snuck up the inside there, and you had to stand back on the gas.
Yeah, I thought I'd just keep it smooth and try to keep it nice and steady, but Obviously, when he came out, I thought I had to pick up the game a bit.
Absolutely, got a few people you need to thank.
Yeah, big thanks to everyone in the pits there. The guys have just been working really hard on it. And, it wasn't too bad on Thursday night after practice, but it sort of didn't catch. We missed it tonight so far, but now it's, I think it's pretty good. So hopefully tomorrow night will be like this and we can just work on what we've got.
Absolutely. How about some noise for your hometown hero in the Lismore Nissan Commodore? Give it up for Jason Joe! As the pit gate is shut. Pace car pulls in. Heat 17. One more to go after this one for Lismore, Nissan and Kia, the Australian Championship. Egan and Boss on the front row. Fletcher has a look up on the inside of Matt Egan, and Gavin Fletcher will get through to position number 2. Jason Bosch, race leader. Bossy on the highline, Gavin Fletcher on the bottom. And Gavin Fletcher will take over the lead. Bossy back to second. Matt Egan, Brian Jones. And Shannon Blackburn spins in front of us. And we'll bring on the yellows. They're having all sorts of problems through turn 4. Big rut, as you can see, really jagging the cars towards the fence. In fact, 11 laps still to run. The counter's getting higher. And my feet are getting sorer. We're going to drink 35 beers tonight. Jason Boss will lead us away. And we're off and running. Fletcher right behind him to resume the battle. Fletcher doesn't take long and sneaks up the inside and takes over the lead. And heat 17. Bossy, Egan, Graham Jones, Hayes, whack, jags her up. Goes sideways, Ashley Barron moves up another position. Blackburn to the rear of the field. But look at Gavin Fletcher. Hayes up on the inside of Graham Jones. Jones fights back on the outside. Good performance by Graham Jones in fourth position, getting the BF Falcon sorted. Jeff Hayes, big contact with the fence. Broken the rack, can't get off the racetrack. He does successfully do it though. Gavin Fletcher. And Shannon Blackburn gets up on the inside of Kerouac. We're half race distance in heat 17. Fletcher the length of the straight. In front of Jason Boss. Graham Jones all over the back of Matt Egan. Egan on the top. Graham Jones gets surely inside and will take over position number 3. Barron is 5th. Blackburn 6th. Lack 7. And Fletcher just taking it easy with 3 laps left to run. Unchanged in the event. There's only 2 to go.
Egan. Egan, 1 to go for Fletcher. Bossy, Graham Jones, Egan fourth. Barron about to take him. I think Barron does get up on the inside and takes over Bishop forward. Gavin Fletcher takes the win. Bossy will get second. Graham Jones will get third. Blackburn will get fourth. Barron fifth. Egan and Kerry Lack. But from Ipswich and Queensland makes a noise for Gavin Fletcher.
Well, some Fletcher fans here. Nothing wrong with that old black XF Falcon. That's 2 wins tonight. Tell you what, that is a big water ride, Fletch. Well done, mate.
Thanks, mate. Loving it out here. It's looks a bit of fun. The ruts aren't too deep, but just fucking let's go, mate. I love it.
Absolutely. So going to put this thing on cotton wool for the night and bring it out tomorrow?
Yeah, mate, absolutely. I think me on tight off the pole again this time. I'll win, mate.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. They're fighting words. Gavin Fletcher. They're going nuts.
Galley, Walling, McDonald, Raymond, Ramsdale, White, McDonald, Clark and Jensen. Strap yourselves in, Lismore. This is going to be red hot. Green flag at 11, the lucky last of the night. Carlin and Olsen are on the way. Mark Carlin gets a great start. Ross rough and ready further down. Raymond up in the third position. Rolling back to fourth. Galley's going backwards in a hurry. Whitey down the bottom. McDonald up in the third. Here comes Whitey. Darren White up the inside of McDonald. Oh, Mark Raymond to the boards. He's able to keep it going. Cohen, the race leader. Dawson. Is second. Darren White is third. McDonald fourth. Wall and Galley. And they're locked together further back. Nathan McDonald, Ramsdale and Jensen. Here comes Darren White. Whitey up on the inside. Awesome. Chase down Carlin. Carlin 6 lengths in front of Whitey. Galley on the infield and out of the race. It's a dog's breakfast further back. Carlin leads. Whitey. Second, Horson. Roy, McDonald, Clint Clark, Raymond, Jensen, Ramsdale, McDonald. Whitey's closing the gap. Here comes Whitey. Jensen up on the inside of Mark Raymond. Jensen on the move. And Quentin Clark gets turned around. Keeps the momentum, the race will continue. Whitey's closing. There's 2 laps left to run. Here comes Darren White. 1 lap to go. second. Horson, Greg Walling. Raymer. Shane McDonald, Ramsdale, Jensen, McDonald. And Quinn Clark. All the way from Geelong and Victoria, give it up from Mark Carlin.
In the interval break, Mark come up to me and said, I'm trying to come up and speak to you, Rhino, but it's not happening at the moment. Well, Mark, it's taken a couple of heats, but you got to win. You got to be happy with that.
Yeah, we've been waiting to get up here and talk to you all night, Rhino. Finally got us sorted in the holes a little bit more now, I think. I've got to thank the boys down the pits, Fatty, Bart, Ash, everyone, Kylie, everyone that's helping out.
Absolutely, and I know you've probably taken the foot off a little coasting to victory, but did you expect to see a Black Falcon fly up the inside in the last corner?
Yeah, well, I was waiting for him to come, man. That thing's quick, so we've got a little bit of work to do tonight. And tomorrow, a little bit more pace out of this.
Absolutely. All right, we'll let you get back to the pits. How about it for your winner, Mark Carlin?
We are ready to race. Car, the number 8 car already. It's Wayne Peterson on the infield. Didn't make it even to the start. As we get away, Nathan Gordon gets them away. However, the 72, the Ford Focus of Paul Redmond, He shot off, but out wide. He's got to realise there's not necessarily that much grip out there earlier on. He slots into second position. The number 1 out of Queensland, Russell Cowley, driving the Honda CRX into third. And we've got one of the Gordon cars. Oh, we've got one up into the wall, and he has been ploughed into. That's one of the Dew cars that's hit him, and he's cleaned up. This is not the Demolition Derby, guys. The 17 car has absolutely creamed 2 cars on the way round. Nathan Gordon gets them underway again. The 72 car worked it out. You don't stay too tough on the outside. He's got himself in. It's the one of the Gordon cars slipped in. The second position tries to get around the outside. We've got one around in turn 2. He shifted it. That's not going to cause any stoppages. It's 72, 28 and 2. Cameron Nixon, the Korakai kid, he's in third position. Ben Gordon in second. It is the 72 car of Paul Redman. We're looking for a tidy line. Gone out a bit wide in turn 4. It is slippery out wide. Not an opportunity though for Ben Gordon to be able to get up on the inside. 13 car tries to the outside. That's Michael English. He's got his nose in front of the Cameron Nixon car, now up into third position. Michael English, Gordon goes out wide, keeps it off the wall. Got the nose in front in second position, but Michael English tries to get it on the inside. That Fuego still in third position. Ben Gordon hangs on to it, hangs on to second. Paul Redman still leading this event. 4 laps to go, half distance now. English gets to the inside of the Gordon car. Gordon closes the door coming into turn 1, holds a tight line through there, no room. Good challenges on our leader. He's got about 2.5 car lengths in it. Number 41, Craig Cranston, looks like he could be about to be lapped. With 3 laps to go, they're coming very quickly onto him. Very slippery track at the moment for these 4 cylinders. Into the Queensland number 1, and not coming to grips with this track early on. At the front though. About to go around the outside of the Transton car is our number 72 car, Redman. Michael English now in second position. And the Gordon car, number 28 in third. Nixon back into fourth. Then it's car number 11, Kevin Willis in the Telstar. He's under a lot of pressure from the 78, the Charade, the Redmond car. Michael English now leading with 1 lap to go. White flag out. Michael English has got him in turns 3 and 4. Redmond and Gordon. English, Redmond and Gordon coming round into turn 3. Michael English now holds a tight line. Goes out a little wide, the Redmond car can't get on the inside, and the checkered flag for the Racing Fuego. Michael English, the focus of Redmond, and Gordon in car number 28. Take 1, 2 and 3. 13, 72 and 28, that's the way they finish. First of our races here at the Lismore Speedway. 4-cylinder action brought to you by NBN Television, on as the Street Stockers are about to do over 8 laps here at the Lismore Speedway. We're underway. The Reeves car off pole position is absolutely swamp. Cars going around the outside, and in fact those that were stuck behind in slightly going out wide now that they've got some room. But it's Stubbsy and the number 72 car of Chilcott. They've gotten through quickly. Bryce Doyle is up there in the third position now. But Stephen Stubbs takes the lead. His drafted automotive car. The 72 car of Nick Chilcott. A bit of pressure now. Carlos coming back. Here comes the Fawcett car. From back in the pack, he's now up into fourth spot. If he can nail it, staying out wide, he does so. Gets past the Brock Armstrong car, number 88. So he's up into fourth spot and on the chase for a podium sit on this the first heat. Stephen Stubbs. Then the Chilcott car, number 72, Doyle in 64. Fawcett on the chase in 4th position. Car number 65 looks to go to the inside of Doyle. 3 laps left in it. These guys have sat out there in the paddock. They've had to be patient and had to wait. Now it's their turn to shine on the Lismore Speedway. The Lismore Nissan and Kia, our major sponsors this weekend. Stephen Stubbs stays well clear of any problems. The big challenge on for 3rd though. Fawcett trying to get on the inside of the Doyle car. Doyle goes out a little wide, but so does the Fawcett car. Looks tries to go tight in turn 1. Fawcett stays low. Doyle goes out wide. Still got the nose in front as they come past the Malwell side. Fawcett can't quite nail the deal. 1 lap to go. White flag out now for Stephen Stubbs, our leader. Chilcott in 2nd position. Doyle holds on to 3rd. Fawcett comes at him again. Stays low through turns 1 and 2. Stays in front with the nose in as we go past the Lismore Automobile Club. Into turn 3. He holds in there, takes him out a little wider, and he almost collects the wall, but it's the checkered flag for Stephen Stubbs. Chilcott and Fawcett takes 3rd position. That's the way they finish in the Street Stockers for Jobro Enterprises. Coming around for a green light. And away we go. These are fun things to watch on this Lismore Speedway. Okay, wasn't happy with the start. So we'll bring them in under an amber light and we'll have another crack at it, shall we? Yeah, Darren, the driver, has bought them all. Wants the negatives actually, so he can destroy them. And no one will ever know what happened, but it did. And away we go, winless sprints. We'll bring around over 8 laps. And it's the A95 car. Sean Mortimer. He can't keep this bloke out of a race car. He's retired more times than Dame Nellie Melba. But Sean Mortimer is back driving car number 95 at the moment and driving it well. It's the 71 car of David Higgins in behind him. Battle going on for 3rd, 4th and 5th. That's getting very tight indeed. At the moment it's the 15 car of David Santin that holds it. But he wouldn't want to make a mistake because he's got cars on the inside ready to dash through. As he goes wide this time. Mind you, he might use going wide as an attack on 2nd position. Have a look at them. They are all bunched up now. Wingless sprints here at the Lismore Speedway. Checkered flag coming out by the look of it. Not this time round. Okay, we've just got no numbers on the lap counter. 30 laps, no. 2 laps. Okay, we've got that organised. Drivers don't know when to stop if they can't read it. Sean Mortimer out in front, car number 98 in 2nd position. That is Warren King. I think Warren actually may own both cars. Warren, former promoter here at the Lismore Speedway, he's up into 2nd. We'll be happy with that. White flag out now. Sean Mortimer, Warren King. The number 15 car of David Sandin, I think, got the nose in front on 3rd spot. Chuck tries to chase down the Warren King car down the back straight. Comes into turn 3. They are side by side. It's going to be a drag race for 2nd and 3rd. Oh, who got that? Sean Mortimer got 1st. I've been told 95, 98, 15. It could be the way. Certainly 95. 98 Warren King, I reckon, might have just got it by a nose. The car that crashed on Thursday night. One of the many locals who put their hand out to help. 4-cylinder racing. Transton gets them away. Starts to gap them now. They're coming through past that back straight into turn 3. They are 4 wide in areas. Certainly plenty of excitement when that happens here at the Lismore Speedway. Car number 83 trying to work their way through. One of our visitors, Ray O'Neill, in an escort. Coming into turn 4, we've got Craig Transton leading the Racing Fuego, Michael English. Then Kurt Wilson in car number 16. He's up into 3rd position. It's the locals all over, holding off the visitors. Side by side, it's English and Kurt Wilson. And Craig Transton being brought back to the pack just a little bit. 5 laps to go. Craig Transton's going to have to be careful, or he is going to be swamped by these 2 cars very quickly behind him. Kurt Wilson, number 16, goes out wide and takes him in turn 3. Seals the deal as they come out of turn 4. He's our new leader. Transton in 2nd. Michael English in 3rd. Back quite a way to car number 36 in 4th spot, Andrew Plem. Another one of our local drivers in the 4-cylinder division. And it's Kurt Wilson, car number 16. Michael English tries to get on the inside, get himself up into 6th position. Goes side by side just about into turn 2. Craig Transton holds him off, goes past the Valvoline side and comes up into turn 3 with a clear lead now. Can anybody catch Kurt Wilson? He has certainly done the job so far in catching, passing and now stretching his lead in the 4 cylinders. 2 laps to go as they round up a slower car, pulls onto the infield. White flag out for our leader. Kurt Wilson sees it. 1 lap to go for Kurt Wilson. Former junior racer here at the Lismore Speedway. Taking the step up and doing it well. Transton up into 2nd position. Michael English tries to take it back into, is in 3rd. But Kurt Wilson, car number 16, takes 1st position. Michael English tries to get on the inside, and I think Craig Transton held on. Just on the outside. Craig Transton 2nd. Michael English 3rd. So 41 and 13, 2nd and 3rd. Didn't go and have a look at the pits tonight. Have a check out of them tomorrow night. They are stretched way back into what we know as the go-kart pit area as well. So, so many vehicles here racing this weekend. Good to see as we come up for a start. Green light and we're away. The number 3 car gets out. And gets a clean start. Vickery in 2nd position. And it's the Hicks car. Force it up there into 3rd position now. Got the nose in. Number 3, then Vickery, then 65, Fawcett. Fawcett looks to go to the outside, coming out of turn 1. Goes wide, just washes off some speed. Doesn't help him out there yet. Got to be out there for a few laps, I think, to build the track. Just looking into turn 1. We're still trying to avoid where the rut was. Not there now, after all the work that has been done. However, old habits die hard as they race in. Vickery trying to get him up underneath coming out of turn 2. Didn't quite make it. Goes into turn 3. Full noise on. Fawcett trying to get in underneath as well. Four laps to go. Some good battles back further in the field. Gray holding on to 4th spot, well off the pace though. The 72 car, that is Chilcott, tries to get on the inside. Now starting to come up on these slower cars, our leaders. As Chilcott gets on the inside of Gray side by side. Into turn 4, Chilcott nails it. Up to the lead now, Vickery passes our slower car, Nicole Reeves. And Fawcett does as well. The 3 car with 1 lap to go, sees the white flag. Gets it in. The Oatsy car. 1 lap left in it. As steam comes out of the car on the infield. Comes around turns 3 and 4. Young Oatsy, he's got it. Well done. Car number 3, 46 Vickery, 55, 65 is Forsyth. 1, 2 and 3. That's the way they finish. Start car moves to the infield. Amber lights out, ready for a start this time round. And away we go. We got a green light. Car number 42, Ian Hirsch gets them away. He is swamped by Aaron Ackley around the outside. I think Martin came with him. Is that car 80 in second position? But certainly Aaron Ackley leading from the Martin car. Then back to the 98 car of Warren King. Warren King challenged in third position. Got the outside line as they go into turn 3. Holds in turn 4. Oh, we've got one right up into the fence. That's caused a red light to be thrown. Car still racing. We've got an enormous high catch fence there, and it did its job. I didn't see how it got there, but I certainly saw it come down. So we just will wait and see what the crash crew's saying. It is just slightly out of my vision where I stand. We are looking to see if we've got any footage of what happened. But it certainly got well up into the air. It is the number 95 car, which Sean Mortimer was driving. He took the last hit. It's actually for sale. It's going really cheap as we speak. Oh dear, it's probably not the best. There's a few people wondering how he is. He got fairly high. I think that's Tony Powell looking at the catch fence just to make sure that that's okay.
Just seemed like we were 3 wide, and I think a right rear come into the left side of it and launched it.
Okay, mate, into the EMOs, they're in good hands there. The car will be right, mate. We'll get her off the track for you. And thanks to the New South Wales Ambulance Service, straight on the job there. And Ian Bay will have winked at me as much as say Sean appears to him just visually be quite.
Lights out, ready for a green light this time round. Car number 98 gets them away. That is Warren King. Around and we get a clean lap this time. 6 laps to go. Warren King of the 48 car of Dennis Ding. Mazza gets his nose in front now. Down the back straight. Warren King trying to come back at him. Equal pace. Warren King just off the boil going through turns 1 and 2. He's going to have to come back at him really quickly. Dennis the Ding Mazza. He's got this car really wound up, didn't finish the first heat. Now he's got to make up for it, and he's doing brilliantly. Warren King just falling off the pace, trying to come back at him. There's a battle for third. Back there is the car number 73. 72 is Bruce Hall. He's in third spot. Yeah, sorry, 72 on the back there. He's under a lot of pressure back there in third spot. Holding them off at the moment. 1 to go, white flag is out. It's Mazza, King. And the 72 car of Bruce Hall. Hall under more pressure than anybody else. Dennis Mazza smiling ear to ear under that helmet as he brings it around. Dennis Mazza takes the checkered flag. Warren King is second. Bruce Hall is third. 48, 98 and 72. That's the way they finish. Wingless Sprints their second heat tonight. It's 56 Pistons. Think about it that way. Here we go. Oh dear. The can't help myself with the bad jokes, can I? Look 4 wide immediately in the start. Trent Dude trying to get away very, very quickly. A lot of pressure coming in behind him, though. A lot of unknown quantities here, but I think that's Cameron Nixon coming through the pack on the outside. And no, number 16 car, no, it's Kurt Wilson. Kurt Wilson sticks to the outside and drives it home into first place by a nose going into turn 3 in the second lap. Kurt Wilson, you want a beauty. The number 7 car gets in there as well. That's Tim Weir in second position. Trent Dew back in third. The 88 car of Armstrong, he's battling it out in fourth position, trying to stay in touch with these lead cars. The 78 car, which is the charade of Hamish Redmond. They've taken out the lead position at the moment, and clearly doing so. Kurt Wilson in the number 16 car. 7, Tim Weir, needs to work hard if he wants to catch up with him, but I think Weir may have a problem. Trying to get past these slower cars. It's just caught in there. Trent Dew in third position, right on his hammer, so he needs to get the work happening if he wants to get this escort away. Brock Armstrong there in the number 88 car. It's Glenn Armstrong in the 85 car I'm looking at. I'm getting mixed up with the juniors. Great battles further back in the field. But Kurt Wilson in 16 sees the white flag. He got less than a lap to go now. Weir in the 7 car. Armstrong and Dew fighting it out for third spot. Side by side as they went into turn 1. Dew gets away from him. But Kurt Wilson takes the checkered flag in the 4 cylinders. They're our feature race tonight. Weir in second position in car number 7, then Trent Dew in 17. Didn't mean to confuse anybody, but they'll be back. They are the feature race tonight for the State of Origin. Queensland versus New South Wales. Got a coming round. Travan Ford start car on the infield and under starters orders. And for the next 12 laps, feature race for the street stockers here at the Lismore Speedway, and Stubbs is away. Force it on his outside. Oatsy's in there. Vickery coming through on the inside. Into third position, nose just in front. In second is Fawcett. Dubsy leading as he did, completing the first lap. 72 car of Chilcott. Gray trying to get up there in the mix as well. Bryce Doyle. The first, that second bunch. But Stubbsy and Vickery, Fawcett. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Or is there? It's hard to say. I think it may be the Oatsy car. Stubbsy coming round on turn 4. Under pressure from Fawcett. Fawcett goes to the inside. Turn 1, Vickery there as well. Fawcett got the nose in front, down the Valvoline side, past the Automobile Club into the Northern Star Grandstand, turn 3. Stubbsy coming back at him in turn 4. He's had a bit of a moment and forced it back to second position. Vickery trying to come at him as well. Unfortunate moment there for Fawcett. He had that, he was about to nail it, and he's now back in third spot. Stubbsy fought back beautifully. Held his line, stayed a little wider, kept the pressure on. The Chilcott car now up into third position. Chilcott. Car number 3 is Oatsy. He's up in third now. Fawcett in 4, Chilcott in 5. It's Stubbsy and Vickery. Vickery gets the nose in front at the Automobile Club going into turn 3. It's a bit of a rut. Just a couple of bumps in turn 3 and 4. He's managed to hold on though. Thomas Vickery. Smoke coming out of the back of the Stubbs car. Hopefully that's not terminal for him. A couple of bumps coming out of turn 4 before. And suddenly the smoke does appear. Vickery, Fawcett coming up on the outside of Stubbs. Staying wide, Stubbsy comes back at... nasty moment there. Nasty moment for Stephen Stubbs. He's back in 3rd position. Nose just in front of the Fawcett car. Stubbsy comes back at him. Fawcett around the outside of the Valvoline side. Now heavily on the chase of Thomas Vickery in the lead. Fawcett comes to the outside. Goes to turn 1, gets pushed out a little wider. Comes to the inside. Guess who's there? Oatsy. Oatsy crosses over. Goes out wide. That may have cost him 3rd spot. As Stubbsy comes back at him. 1 lap to go. White flag coming out for our leader. That's Vickery. Car number 46. 65 Fawcett. Oatsy in 3. And then Stubbsy holding back in 4. Smoke pouring out the back of his car now. Checkered flag out for our leader. He'll take the checkered flag. Feature race for the Street Stockers. Vickery. 46, 3 and 65. That's the way they finish. Oatsy and Fawcett in 2nd and 3rd. Well done, Thomas Vickery. Car number 46. Fantastic race with Stubbsy all the way through. And we've got the amber lights off. We're going to get a start this time round. Wingless sprints over 12 laps. Coming around, waiting to hit the start-finish line, and away we go. Green flag, we are underway. 12 laps of wingless sprint action. Robert Mass has come out firing. He has taken that outside line and done a brilliant job. He's leading from car number 71 and 72. Number 71, David Eggins. 72 is Bruce Hall. Warren King got blitzed at the start. He's coming back though. He's fighting back, Warren King. Aaron Ackley trying to get up under the mix as well. But he's had a bad time of it. He's in 2nd to last spot. There's a lot of work to catch up. Car number 48. Got a comfortable lead now. Robert Mazza. Mazza goes out wide this time, leaving the 71 car to come back at him. David Eggins inching close side by side out of turn 2. Into the Valvoline sign area, and side by side they continue into turn 3, the Northern Star turn. Oh, who's going to come across the line? I think 71's got him this time. He has. David Eggins now lead. Mazza in 2nd position. Great passing move there by staying out wide. Did a fantastic job. Eggins, Mazza now under pressure from the number 15 car, trying to get up on his inside. That is David Santin. Santin comes at him. Down the back straight into turn 3. Holds him out wide. This has happened before. It's deja vu for Dennis Mazza. He's now back to 3rd position and still under pressure. Can David Santin catch David Eggins? Right on top of each other at the moment, getting past the slower car. 4 laps to go. The wingless sprint feature tonight at the Lismore Speedway. Racing brought to you by Lismore Nissan and Kia. It's 71, 15 and the 48 car of Mazza holds on to 3rd position. 3 laps to go. David Santin gets close in underneath, trying a little, have a quick look, coming out of turn 4, stays on the low line. David Eggins tries to come down and cut him off, manages to do so at a turn 2, lucky to get away with it this time. He'll see the white flag this time, 1 lap to go. David Eggins and David Santin battling it out in the lead here. Mazza under a lot of pressure. He's in 3rd position, but only just holding on. And Mazza's brakes are glowing at the moment with the checkered flag falls. It's 71-15. It's David Eggins, David Santin. Oh! And I think the brake disc has just absolutely let fly. There is glowing metal everywhere out of the back of the Mazza car. I'm not quite sure whether Mazza made it into 3rd spot. It was fairly spectacular the way that gave way. 3:04.22 that race time, which is a new 12 lap record for the wingless sprints. And rumble they will.
Y'all ready for this?
Oh, we certainly are. 20 laps of 4-cylinder mayhem. Have a look at these gaggle of cars out there tonight, ready to turn it on for you in their 4-cylinder feature race. It's their chance to shine tonight, the 4-cylinders. We've got Queenslanders and New South Wales, as the program says. It is the State of Origin race. Come round, 15 laps this race is going to be over. Coming around at a steady pace, starter's hands. He's happy, he's smiling, and we are away with Queensland #1 on the pole position on that Honda CRV. Oh, and straight away we have a nasty moment in turn 1. We got one car that went on its side, came back on its wheel, and got absolutely T-boned by the 28 car. 28 car, Ben Good. Coming around. Here we go, we're underway, got a green light. Let's see if we can do this again. If we can get through turns 1 and 2 without too much. Oh, we've got cars going everywhere. Oh, and we've got number 17, I think, slammed into the wall. The other Gordon car, 29, involved in that. The restart coming around. Restart number 3 it would be. The warm and caring hands of .com, our steward. Away we go. The CRX gives it a blast this time as well. We've got the Charade out there, car number 78, now leading. Coming through, Kurt Wilson around the outside. There's a nasty bump for them all coming out of turn 4. When you're wide, they hit it and they still stay on the track. It's 3 wide they race across this back straight. Oh, they've left the Charade in their dust. We've got one around in turn 4, and that's caused another stoppage. Kurt Wilson absolutely nailed it down the back straight. Okay, they've organised the 2-lane restart. Here we go. I say I'm confused as to say the least, but there we go. Stewards know what they're doing. It's always the way. Kurt Wilson goes around the outside. He's chasing down this little Charade to the Redmond car. We've got Glenn Armstrong on the inside. As they come round, who's going to hit that white line first? It is Kurt Wilson. He has done a brilliant job. He stays out wide, keeps it nailed, goes down the back straight, goes into turn 4, and he stretched the lead from Armstrong to about 4 car lengths. One on the middle of the track, one on the far outside. It seems that that's where the pace is. Armstrong chases him out wide as well. The Charade, he stays wide. Now he's getting passed up into 3rd position, Michael English. The CRV of Russell Cowley trying to get into the mix as well. At the moment it's New South Wales, and New South Wales. Then a couple of Queenslanders thrown into the mix. Cameron Nixon back there in 6th spot as well. Now in the State of Origin match, we're doing pretty well in New South Wales. Let's not get too greedy. Kurt Wilson doing an unbelievable job. 9 laps to go. Cars getting out of control going into turns 1 and 2. Some cars barely getting into turns 1 and 2. Car number 72 having a nasty moment. That's Paul Redmond. Kurt Wilson chasing down some of our slower cars. We have an amber light. Car number 72 can't get away from the wall over there in turn 2. He'll get noticed. That was the 11 car. Was that Kevin Willis? Is it, I think, number 11? He's right. Kurt Wilson gets away. Armstrong, Michael English in the Redmond car. Back to Russell Cowley in the Honda. And the 11 Willis car into the mix. But it's certainly all New South Wales 1, 2 and 3. Kurt Wilson pays that high line. Michael English gets the nose up in front. Armstrong bounced to a run, went out wide. English took the opportunity while he was getting it back under control to slip on the inside, held him out, and now has second position. Can he catch Kurt Wilson? That's the big ask. Kurt is just absolutely flying this evening. 5 laps to go in our 4 cylinders. I think we've had a death in the family. Transton moves to the infield. Lots of smoke billowing out of the motor. And it's not a good look for Craig. 4 laps to go. Kurt Wilson, the Racing Fuego in second. Armstrong in third. With 4 laps to go. Kurt Wilson slowly losing his lead, but he's got plenty of it. We've got one over. We've got 3 laps to go, and there has been a big roll over in turn 1, going into turn 2. We've declared the race, because we've got to make sure that everything is okay. Declared the race with 3 laps to go, and we'll be finishing with Wilson, English, and you've got a nice cloud over the Lismore Speedway as they get Mel's car back on its side. There is a fire at the firing zone there, or fire in the engine bay. Waiting for confirmation on the driver. Certainly seen better days as that car. The driver is still in the car. I can only assume by letting it bounce that way that the driver is okay. He's just getting out of the car now. Here she goes. The hands out. For a helping hand to get out. El Rachow. She's out of the car. Give her a round of applause. Well done, Mel. Not the way you wanted to finish your night. You can see she's upset.
Thanks very much, Neil. We've got 3 presentations to do. First one is the Stockers feature. Third placing tonight, the 65 car, Stuart Fawcett.
First of all, I've got to thank Matt Lindner for letting us use the shed all the time. It's been a great help. The old man, Kitties and the boys, and all these guys for a great night racing.
Just come over here.
Well done, Stuart. Second placing tonight, folks, in the Stockers feature, the big unit, number 3, Scott Owen.
Cheers, mate. I'd like to thank Aussie Auto, 6 Feet Deep Clothing, Trevor Reeves Builder, Tim Gamble, Vinyl Signs, Blackwoods. I'd like to thank these guys for putting on a good event tonight. Dad for getting us over here and everyone that's helped with that. Thanks.
And it's got the winner tonight, folks, of the Stockers feature and a great drive, the 46 car, Thomas Vickery.
show for a really rough track. Really got to thank Dad for putting the car together for this week. I've been quite out with signings. And got to thank Active Four Drive and also Transmissions and Ben Tyres.
Well done, guys. Powley will just grab a quick photograph of there. Smile and look good. Okay, folks, the wingless sprints. What a great night for these guys. Third placing goes to the 48 car, Robbie Mazza.
First I'd like to thank Blackwoods, David Carriers in sales, taking cars for great photos, family up on the hill, thanks for coming out, everyone for coming, congratulate Dave. But yeah, hopefully see you all again tomorrow night.
Okay, well done, mate. Second placing tonight, folks, went to the number 15 car of Dave Santin.
Yeah, I'd like to thank all the boys for, keep working on the car, keep it going, so we can do shows all over the place. And I'd like to thank Dave. It's good, it was a great drive. We had a big battle up Marybar last night. We just come back, so when he beat me up there, so I'd like to get him one stage. Thank you.
The winner tonight, folks, of the wingless sprint feature, the 71 car, David Higgins.
Thank you. Just like to thank the crew, which is pretty much the family, and it's a pretty tough track tonight, but still a lot of fun.
Okay, guys, well done. Next presentation and the final one of the evening, folks, will be for the race just decided, the four-cylinder feature. JC Strabies along the deck here. Four-cylinder feature, the 85 car third was Glenn Armstrong.
Good on you, mate. Had an absolute ball out there tonight. I'd like to thank my daughter Brittany for keeping the car straight all year so I could have a run. Thank Triple M Paints for the sponsorship, all the crew to give us a hand. I'd like to thank these other guys. They're much younger than me, and you can see why they can get in front of me on that track. What a track, what a night. Had a great night. Thanks, guys. Congratulations to the other drivers.
Well said, Glenn. Second placing tonight went to the 11 car, Michael English. 13, sorry. One of many here.
Thanks. First off, I always like to thank Dale, since he's always helped me to get the car ready. Special thanks to the family and all the big crew, Ken, Shane, Ray, Al, and anyone else who doesn't know. Thanks.
Good on you, mate. Well done. The winner tonight, folks, the four-cylinder feature on a great drive, Kurt Wilson.
I'd like to thank Mum and Dad, Patrick, Sophie, Carly, Will Speed Racing, Northern Rivers Discount Batteries, and Max Graham Road.
Thanks very much, mate. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow night between 5 and 5:15 we'll commence racing, and it's over to Neil to wrap it up for you.
Champion.
If you like your game of footy and you love to have a beer, Richmond Home Brewing can supply you all the gear.
Richmond Home Brewing has a great range of NRL merchandise so you can support your favourite team this season. Richmond Home Brewing, Conway Street, Lismore.
This Easter at Lismore Speedway, get ready for a battle of epic proportions. 2011 Lismore Nissan and Kia Australian Modified Production Sedan Championship. 80 of the best drivers locked in battle where only one can be victorious and crowned Australian champion. 2 massive jam-packed nights of racing this Easter Saturday and Sunday. Racing at 6 with kids under 12 free. Lismore Nissan and Kia Australian Modified Production Sedan Championship. Lismore Speedway, get ready for battle.
Jack stays locked, please.
Maybe. I was having a lot of trouble with it. Cars you see out here tonight are up the front of the main game tonight with the point situation. Greg Warling got a little bit of work to do because he unfortunately didn't finish his first heat last night. It makes it very, very difficult. We appreciate the work they've done and we appreciate the work they're about to do tonight, along with 70 odd other drivers tonight.
The first one we'll interview one of the hometown heroes. How about some noise for Greg Warling? Greg, tough night last night, mate.
Oh, can we start again? Well, leading, yeah. I got everything from pillar to post. They won really good heat, but yeah, we'll just try our best tonight and just see how we go.
Absolutely. So you're 22nd in the point. Got a good draw for your heat tonight?
Yeah, not too bad, but you know, every heat's tough as we know. So just got to see how we go. It'd be nice to get up into the A main, but we'll just see how we go. Wasn't our night last night, but let's see if we can turn it around tonight.
Absolutely. All right, next one, we'll talk to another former national champion from Geelong in Victoria. How about it for Mark Carlin? Well, Mark, looked pretty good last night, mate. You happy?
Yeah, we'll wait to see what the track does tonight. We weren't real happy last night, but we come out 7th, 5th in the points, so we're happy with that, yeah.
Absolutely. Tinker with the car much, you just wait to see what happens.
We've left the car since last night, so we'll just wait and see what the track does tonight and go from there.
Absolutely. Alrighty. How about some noise from Avalon in Victoria, Justin Drew? You got some fans here, Justin. You bring everyone from Victoria, mate.
Yeah, everyone from Avalon's here.
Beautiful stuff. So, you had some good pace in a couple of heats last night. You must be pretty happy.
Yeah, we're pretty happy with it. Just got a new engine in this car for this weekend. And it's only done last night, and yeah, we're pretty happy with it.
Very good. And what's your pick on the racetrack? Going to fall apart or glaze off and slick off a little?
I hope it glazes over, because a lot of racing on a slick track, and yeah, takes a bit of brain to toe sort of activity, so it's good.
Yeah, very good. All righty, and we'll head on over. And we should introduce him. He's won a national title right here, one of your hometown heroes. Make plenty noise for Jason Jolly. Jace, it took a little bit to do. Honestly, I didn't realise you were so high up in the points. I know you won that last heat, but you must be really happy.
Yeah, we were. We didn't know till after how far we're up, but I thought, yeah, if we get in the top 10, it's not a bad start. The car wasn't as strong as what we wanted it to be. And I think it just comes down that we haven't done much seat time and many laps as what everyone else has done, but hopefully we've got a bit to gain tonight to keep up the boys.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, it's going to be a guessing game which way you go straight off the box, but you've got some great sponsors on board and some great people behind you.
Yeah. Well, Paul's for Lismore Nissan, which is my uncle. He's right behind me there, and also Jode from Waxguard and FX Signs, and just everyone. Danny Smith that built the new engine. It's only 3 metres old, so everything's pretty good.
Very good. All right, we wish you well. All right, folks, he's top of the points. He's won 2 national champions. He's current New South Wales champion from Gympie in Queensland. Give it up for Todd Doyle. I'll go this side. That's how you look pretty for the TV. Todd, we must be really happy. The car was super last night, and you worked really hard to trace a good setup, but you got there by the looks.
Yeah, it wasn't so good in the first 2 heats, but we changed the diff ratio for the third one. It was heaps better car, so hopefully I can beat them Black Fords tonight.
That's exactly right. We'll leave that for another story. But look, yeah, the car's super. And what's your grid draw tonight? You got a good draw?
Yeah, I think I'm at a 2 tonight because the guy pulled out, so I should be at a 2 off the front, hopefully. So it should be good.
All right, very, very good. Joel Thomas on his outside from the Sunshine Coast. Brisbane 41 of Graham Jones will be out of 3. Toowoomba's Robert Trapp out of 4. Victorian Phil Pottage will start from 5. Mackay's Jason Boss from 6. Maryborough, a youngster, Mitchell Thompson out of 7. Lismore's Jerry Flood out of 8. Matt Swarbrook out of Redcliffe from 9. And Max Clark from right here, Northern New South Wales, rounds out your field of starters. Heat number 19 of the National Modified Production Championship. We're about to turn them loose. And we're off and running. John O'Collins locked down on the bottom. 2 or 3 wide. Bossy makes contact with the fence. Past the MBN sign. Joel Thomas to the outside. Have a look at this, 3 wide. Graham Jones and Robert Trapp is tangled. They are locked together on the main straight. And yellows will come on. We may need the tractor to pull them apart perhaps. Waddle over and have a little bit of a look. I'd imagine John O'Collins got a great start. And the jib's at full noise. Oh, look at this. This has got danger all written over it. I'm out here. I don't want to be any part of that. Oh, that sounded nasty. But tonight we might be able to get some multiple grooves, one down the bottom, one around the top. Slide job city in the middle. Will hopefully be the same. Well, the front row's right, the rest is a dog's breakfast, but it doesn't matter, because we are green! Joel Thomas on the outside.
John O'Collins, look at the car, just nice drive off turn number 2. Down past the main grandstand for the first time. Collins, Thomas, Jones, Phil Pottage, Mitchell Thompson, a good move up on the inside. Oh, they're 3 wide down the back chute. Thompson, great drive into position number 2. Graham Jones, Pottage, there's all sorts of dramas unfolding further back. Max Clark crossed right up. Oh, no. Robert Trapp, Phil Pottage and Jerry Flood tangled up in front of the pits. Brings on the yellows for the second time this afternoon. Flat left rear for Graham Jones. Will lead us away. Thompson, Swarbrook, Clark, Thomas, Trapp, Pottage and Flood. Set, they're in the starters' hands. Thompson right on his back. Go. Collins. Car is nice out there at the moment. Mitchell Thompson in second. Trappy's got plenty more dramas and pulls onto the infield and out of the event. Trappy cannot steer the car as Swarbrook gets up on the inside of Mitchell Thompson. Max Clark blows in there, wants a piece of the action. Swarbrook and Thompson side by side. Max Clark a big dive up on the inside of Swarbrook. Max Clark and Thompson side by side. Clark shoves it through and takes position number 2. Thompson on the outside as Swarbrook. Thomas. Pottage. Flood. As Swarbrook moves through into position number 3. Thompson's high, dry and handsome, but there's nothing up there at the moment. Switches back to the low line. As Max Clark's coming from the clouds. Organ Max Clark. Oh, just as I say that, Clark is done. And pulls onto the infield and out in the event. To war of attrition in the first heat of the night for the Modified Production Australian Championship. Collins, Swarbrook, Thomas, Thompson, Pottage, Floody, and Trappy. John O'Collins, a man on a mission. Only a couple of laps left to run. Joel Thomas runs extremely high. Oh, it's broken something in the front end. And Joel Thomas can't get it off the fence. He tries to continue, he must have some problems. 1 to go for John O'Collins. Swarbrook still second. Right-hand side front wheel collapsed on Joel Thomas. But checkered flag it early and John O'Collins will take the win. Swarbrook will get second. Mitch Thompson third. Phil Pottage fourth. Jerry Flood. And Robert Trapp. Wow, a great performance. All the way from Cairns in North Queensland. Make some noise for John O'Collins. Great performance, he did it easy. And he won much needed points. I'm here with a happy John O'Collins, mate. You were just pulling around last night, but the car looked really settled then.
Yeah, thanks, Rhino. just a special thanks to all the people who've made it possible. My mum and dad and my brothers, and me mate Ryan for coming down and giving us a good hand, and thanks to everybody.
Very good, all right, mate. We'll let you get back to the pits and set himself up for later on as the next heat. Heat number 2, or heat number 20, I should say. Barbara and Mills on the front row for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. Yellow still flashing. The guy on the pace car will pull in. We are set for another start. Some heavy hitters in this one. Watch for Carlin further down to the field. Baxter will be needing points from P8. We are set for dispatch in heat number 20. And we are green. Off we go into turns 1 and 2. Barber and Mills side by side. Millsy watches a little high. Hutchison has a great run up on the inside. Millsy on the high side. As he does, keeps the foot in the bucket. Everton up on the infield. Barber, your race leader. Hutchison crossed up and Millsy moves through into position number 2. Hayden back to 4. Carlin 5th. Horson, Drew, Millsy and Barbara. Oh, big contact. Holy smokes, Batman. The Telstar. Deary me. Just about launched into orbit, nearly landed in Nimbin. A big crash over there in turn number 2. It all started with Millsy and Barble tangled up and chaos unfolded behind. Hutchison got through unscathed. So the Warraju's out of the car, which is great news, as that was a wild ride. Chris Hayden over there also. There is, if you didn't see it in the earlier heat, Etherton spun onto the infield and no yellow light was put on, so unfortunately Etherton went a lap down. So Millsy is sent rear of the field but on the lead lap. So that's why he's in 4th position. So it's Travis Hutchison from Maryborough to lead us away. Martin Horson, Brett Baxter, Millsy and Etherton. 10 laps still to run in heat number 20. The Lismore, Nissan and Kia Australian Championship. There might be only 5, but there's some quality ones out there, that's for sure. Hutchison to lead us away. And we're off and running once again. Hutchison nice and tidy. Oh, Etherton. It's got some problems and onto the infield and possibly out of the event also. Hutchison a little, the car nice and tight. Look at it just run around to the bottom. That's all you got to do. Baxter's got plenty of speed. It gets into the back of Horson a little there and unsettles the car of Martin Horson. Baxter steps up the racetrack. Baxter goes to the top, just buzzing the tyres up on the top line there. And Millsy gets through into 3rd position. Baxter will fight back on the outside. They're side by side. But Millsy gets to drive. Baxter washes off plenty of speed. Travis Hutchison, still your race leader, holds about 3. Carlax back to the Victorian of Martin Horson. Watch them. Completely different driving styles compared to last night. They were absolutely foot in the bucket the whole way around. You can hear them feather the throttle. Because if they take the foot off the accelerator, they'll actually go faster here tonight. As Millsy gets through, you can hear him feather the throttle and gets through on the inside of Martin Horson. Baxter back to 4.
4 to go for your race leader. Travis Hutchison out of Maryborough. Trevor Mills is second and is closing. In the Lions Refrigerated Transport number 10. Here comes Millsy. He is certainly reeling in your race leader. 2 to go for Hutchison out in front. Caution flag from Baxter. Hutchison nice and tidy. Millsy right behind him. Only a couple of car lengths, but the white flag comes out. He's got 1 to go. Down past the pits for the final time. Hutchison's got great drive out of the turns. Nice on the bottom, and Travis Hutchison will win it. Millsy will get second. Hawson for third, and Brent Baxter for fourth. But great performance from Maryborough in Queensland. Give it up for Travis Hutchison.
Oh, the Maryborough supporters are pumped over there in turn number 4. Only married. Going to be happy with this one, Travis. You said to me this afternoon, you know, I just need to win this heat. That's it, that easy, and I might sneak into the A. Well done.
Thanks, mate. That's not like a drive like a pansy, but I'll stand the bottom line. It's one in the bank anyway.
That's exactly right. You really struggled with the car setup last night, but the car looked quite good, and you were easy into the turns and come off really nice. So. Got some good people out there you need to thank.
Yeah, that helped. The auntie gave us a couple of racks. Just, like 5 racks trying to find one that's working. This one's good, so happy with that. I just thank Thompson's, all my family, Amanda and Riley, Kane, everyone that's helped. Thank you.
Very good. All right, mate. Well, let's get back to the pits. And Jeff Hayes, Craig Franz, Shane Langton, Brendan Kennedy, and the Victorian flyer Brian Galley, making up your 10 starters in Heat 21 of the Lismore Nissan and Kia Australian Championship. Pagel's got them nice and tidy and nice and steady. We're going to turn them loose straight away. And off we go. Glenn Pagel, nice and tidy start as we come to expect. From the silent assassin out of Gympie, Ashley Barron and I start, moves up into position number 2. Matt Egan, Raymond McDonald, Craig Franz, Matt Egan, spin. And Brendan Kennedy and Brian Gatley caught up into it. And yellow's on once again. With 1 lap done. Aidan Raymond was going forward in a hurry. Then Nathan McDonald, Charlton and Toowoomba next weekend. There's 73 nominations. These guys are going to be busy during the week. That's for sure. So Glenn Pagel to lead us away once again. 1 lap down, 11 to run. Barron right on his hammer. Glenn Pagel runs away. He is the black track master. And Glenn Pagel, look at him run away from the field. Ashley Barron has got him freight line behind him. Raymond gets some drive. Ashley Barron left hand down. Raymond and Barron side by side through 3 and 4. McDonald on the top side. And Barron spins around. Big contact from Brian Galley. And brings on the yellows once again. It'll be an interesting decision for the Chief Steward here. We'll see what happens.
well. So not sure what the story is from over there, but the ambulance just being asked to come out and check him over. The Victorian number 0 car, or is that a number? But yeah, Brian Galley is out of the car, and we'll just check him out in the ambulance.
Fire Production Championship. Basically 9 laps on the counter. Pagel is excellent on the slicks, so too Aidan Raymond. Let's see what happens at the restart. Pagel gets away on a nice start. Look how straight his car is, and Nathan McDonald gets fantastic purchase off turn 2, up on the outside. Nathan McDonald around the top, Aidan Raymond on the bottom. McDonald still on the high side and gets in front of Aidan Raymond. As suspected, the bottom sealing over. And it starts to go away. And they'll start searching over the racetrack for more grip, and Nathan McDonald has got the 32 hooked up and running nice. Pagel and McDonald. Glenn Pagel's got plenty of pressure being applied. The blowtorch really being turned up on your race leader from Nathan McDonald. Aidan Raymond has shut up shop. In 3rd position, Craig France, Jeff Hayes, Matt Egan on the outside of Brennan Kennedy, and Hayes into 5th position. So it's Pagel, McDonald, Raymond, France. McDonald goes back to the top. Craig France spins in front of the field, and yellows come on just as McDonald went to the top side. And we'll go back to the bottom, and he will be dirty because he probably showed his hand a little early. But Glenn Pagel will be aware that there is some drive at the top now, and Nathan McDonald is fast up there, so he'll be happy with that. Pagel, McDonald, Raymond, France, Egan, Hayes, Kennedy and Langton. Glenn Pagel, can he hang on for dear life? 4 to go. And we're off and running. Pagel went to the high side, and McDonald just shot up on the inside. Well, thank you very much. And Nathan McDonald will lead us down the main straight with 3 to go. Plenty of smoke coming from Matt Egan's 51 machine. McDonald checking out now as Pagel and Raymond run 2nd and 3rd. Craig France has a look on the outside of Raymond. McDonald nice and tidy. Have a look at the Toowoomba steering and suspension, number 32. The Mac Designs gets the white flag. He's got 1 to go. Track really starting to widen up now. And last corner and last lap, and great drive by Nathan McDonald to take the lead. And Pagel, Aidan Raymond, Craig France, Jeff Hayes, Kennedy, Langton and Egan. But how about from Toowoomba? Another win for him, and give it up for Nathan McDonald. Oh, he's pumped too. All right, and here with Nathan McDonald, very happy man. Mate, I honestly thought the yellows come on and you showed your card maybe too early, but Glenn went straight high and you just dived straight in there.
Yeah, it's probably bad timing for me, but I knew Glenn obviously knew I was
on the outside of him, then the yellows come on, so I sort of thought he would try and go a bit higher, so I had to dive up the inside and play it off luckily.
Oh, very good, and some great points, and that'll put you right up in the pointy end, I'd imagine, for tonight's feature.
Yes, we're on the vert. Well, we would have been in the B main as we sat, so this should throw us straight into the A, hopefully, so very good.
Absolutely. All right, mate, we'll let you get back to the pits and get ready for tonight's feature race. It's the next heat race. Dennis Shellcross, Peter Gray from Toowoomba out of 3, and Gympie's Gavin Lawrenson out of 4. The man that's currently second in the points, Gavin Fletcher, will start from position number 5, and alongside him, the cowherder from Kingaroy, Brett Barron. Rodney Pimento right up in the points from position number 8 on the racetrack, and Mark Raymond will start from grid position number 10. In the next heat race, the National Championship. All right, keep an eye on Jensen. He'll love the slick track. Keep an eye on Fletcher. And we are off and running. Jensen up on the inside. Shellcross, Peter Gray, Fletcher up on the inside. Barron, Lawrenson goes to the top. Pimento goes to the top to have a look. Oh, they're all over the place. Shellcross on the bottom. Gavin Lawrenson, Peter Gray. Fletcher gets amazing drive. Off the turn and moves into position number 4. Here comes Gavin Fletcher. Fletcher up on the inside and moves into position number 2. Jensen and Fletcher. Here comes the big black XF Falcon, and the crowd's gone nuts. Gavin Fletcher into the lead. Jensen is second. Peter Gray, Brett Barron, Shellcross, Lawrenson, Raymond and Pimento. Shellcross has gone to the top now. Oh no! Fletcher's got problems. And Brett Barron's gone straight to the lead. Hard luck for the Falcon of Gavin Fletcher, who will try to circulate for points. Brett Barron out in front. Shellcross is second. Jensen is third. Peter Gray fourth. Lawrenson, Raymond Pimento. Oh, Jensen into the side of Shellcross. Oh! And Shellcross turned around into the fence, and Pimento nowhere to go with some cosmetic damage, and yellows are on. Well, that heat race has got everything so far. Gavin Fletcher, the pace of the Falcon was incredible, and he's got problems. And we'll try to hang on for dear life. So order looks good. We're set for the restart. 6 laps still to run. Barron and Jensen, Peter Gray and Lawrenson, and we're off and running. Oh, Pimento goes straight to the top and loops it. Brings on the yellows once again. Sure what happened there, just got right up in the marbles against the fence. The thing just turned around on a dime. Oh. I reckon there would have been a good sight on the video as Fletcher got past Jensen and the crowd went nuts over there. That'll look great on the TV, I'd reckon. We didn't know. So yellows are out, we're going to turn them loose. Barron to lead us away. Set for the start, and we're off and running. Barron, your leader. Peter Gray has a look up on the inside of Jensen, who's right up on the infield.
has a dive on the inside of Peter Gray with 5 laps left to run. Pimenta's pulled out of the vent and will take no further part. It's Barron from Jensen, who's under all sorts of attack from Lawrenson. The sparks reappear from the Jensen Commodore. Now that's just a Jaime joint rubbing on the brake rotors. Was a problem for that last night, so it's not going to slow him down any. And here comes Jensen. Barron with 3 to 1, Jensen, Lawrenson, Peter Gray, Mark Raymond and Fletcher. 2 to go for your race leader. Barron, Jensen and Lawrenson. Will anyone go to the top and try to go the long way round? White flag comes out for Barron. Jensen and Lawrenson. Lawrenson up the inside. Jensen close to the door. Barron nice and tiny. Past the Northern Star Grandstand, final time. And the cow out and will win it. Jensen will get second. Lawrenson, Peter Gray, Mark Raymond and Fletcher. But how about that from Kingaroy? Make some noise for Brett Barron.
Well, I reckon he's got to be rather happy about this.
Well, been a long time between drinks, but you got a smile on your face again, man.
Well, mate, I thought I was back at Kingaroy there for a minute, being that black and slick. But, yeah, no, that was good. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, absolutely. Car comes back. You know, there's no secret. This thing doesn't have a lot of horsepower like these other guys, but once you go shiny black, Brett Barron might be poking around.
Yeah, mate, she's only a little Bantam rooster, but when she gets in the pen, watch out.
Absolutely. David Jacoby will start from position number 3. Ross Bullymore in the Mazda. Welby, Brady. Oh, Terry Broad is back. Can you believe that? Who were here last night? That Commodore 1,067 rolls down into turn number 3, and he'll start from position number 7. Shane McDonald, Darren Whitey White, and Kerry Lack for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. The second last heat race of the night. It's green! Doyle gets a great start. And will lead us down the back for the first time. Jordan and Bullymore are side by side. Jacoby is the next one there. Welby goes to the top. McDonald, Whitey's moved up 3 positions already. McDonald down on the bottom. Welby in the V, Commodore on the top. Oh, the Mazda! A massive crash in turn number 2. Bullymore's gone around. Whitey, Brady, Jacoby's out. And they are ripped apart once again. Oh dear. Can you believe it? It is mayhem here at the Showgrounds. Well, incredible stuff.
Oh, waiting to see what's going on.
All right, we're set for the restart. Doyle and Welby resume the battle. And off we go. Door nice and tidy. Welby working up the racetrack. Shane McDonald on the bottom, Brett Brady, Terry Broad and Kerry Lack. Todd Doyle starting to run away with it. Welby is second, but for how much longer as Shane McDonald looks good on the bottom. Brady, Broad and Lack. Doyle is flying out in front. Any conditions, the man is a superstar. Welby, McDonald on the inside, moves through into position number 2. Welby fights back on the outside. McDonald on the bottom, Welby on the top. They're still side by side for second and third. Welby back into position number 2. McDonald fights back on the inside. Oh, Welby washes off some speed and slots back behind McDonald. Brett Brady coming on now in the Big Blue XF Falcon. Doyle the length of the straight in front of Shane McDonald. Welby third, Brady Broad and Kerry Lack. And Welby onto the infield and possibly out of the event. No, he will rejoin in the rear. Brady's turned around in turns 3 and 4. And the eyes will come on for the North Queenslander, who's turned around posing for photos in front of the Northern Star. Grandstand over there. And we will resume the battle. 3 laps to run in the second last heat race of the night. It's been an epic battle. Todd Doyle will lead us away. Shane McDonald right up on the grass. Welby still third. And just rolling through the corners. Minimal throttle percentage. Welby got problems. The steering must be locking up because he's got the speed, but then gets off the gas. It looks like the thing won't turn at some stages. White flag for Doyle. McDonald is second. Terry Broad and Welby side by side for third and fourth. But the current New South Wales champion, Todd Doyle, will win Heat 23 and start from pole position in tonight's feature race. How about you make some noise for Todd Doyle? All right, well Todd, pole position mate in the Australian Championship, got to be happy with that.
Yeah, it'd be good if the track was like last time. It was awesome last night, and now we've got this single lane freight train that'll happen all night. It won't be really exciting.
No, it won't be, and for the punters on the hill, like honestly, you really use minimal throttlage, don't you, to get around? You just feather around and that's about it, eh?
Yeah, I could have got it more quicker then, I reckon.
Alrighty, how about you put a round of applause for your pole position man in tonight's feature race, Todd Doyle? Pace car will pull in this time. And it's time for the final heat race of the night to be given the green. The revs start to build. And they'll stand on the fun button. And we're hammered down. Greg Walling gets a great start. We're 3 wide down the back chute for the first time. And Mark Ferguson. Oh, Froggy Ramsdale. A massive crash. And has ripped out half the catch fence. And is on his side in turn number 3. Oh no! The catch fence, 4 or 5 posts have been ripped off the top of the concrete. So we'll cross back up to you at the control tower. The starters in the final heat race of the night for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. What a crazy weekend it has been. Australian titles bring the best and the worst of everyone. If anything crazy is going to happen, it's going to happen in a national title. And the yellows are out. Last chance for points. Gilroy and Walling on the front row. Strap yourselves in. We're green. Walling. Ferguson up into the side of Gilroy. Ferguson on the bottom. Moves up to position number 2. Blackburn on the outside. Nikolai's there, but Greg Walling. Here's your race leader. Ferguson up on the inside of Greg Walling. Ferguson takes over the lead. Walling second. Blackburn is third. And Trent Nikolai, spin, spin, spin. And Strand on the racetrack will bring on the yellows. Well, went around all on his lonesome, and thankfully not in front of anyone. But great drive by Mark Ferguson to get through on Greg Walling into the lead. Dillon has relegated him back 1 spot for an illegal pass on Walling. Wow! Holy smokes! Deary, deary me! I tell you what, this is going to be interesting. Green flag, 10 to go. Walling will lead us down the back straight. Ferguson hot on his heels. Blackburn is third. Gilroy, Clark, Barron, and Jolly. Walling still your race leader. Ferguson second. Blackburn is third. Shannon Blackburn's got some drive in the Cortina off Fergie. Close it a little up on Walling that time round. Ferguson off the infield as Jason Jolly goes to the top side. As Trent Nikolai spins around as Gilroy goes to the fence and shuts up shop. Well, Gilroy out of contention and on the infield as Nikolai goes around in the same spot. All right, we'll try again with 7 on the counter. Has Ferguson or Blackburn got anything for Walling? 7 to go for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. And we are underway. Rolling is sharp on the bottom. Runs away Ferguson, buzzing up the tyres off the turns and not getting any drivers. Jolly goes around the outside of Barron. Blackburn right behind Ferguson. He runs a little high and Quentin Clark will slip through into 3rd position. Blackburn fighting back on the outside, Jolly to the top side. Justin Drew around the outside of Travis Barron. Blackburn fighting hard as Barron's got problems in the 31. Greg Rawling, Joey Musso in the 4th position. Blackburn on the top. We're 3 wide into turn number 1. Blackburn will not go away on the top side. Look at Shannon Blackburn. The little Cortina. Running on the top. Back into 3rd position, Quentin Clark fighting back. Blackburn moves up to 2nd. 1 lap to go. Quentin Clark to 2nd. Greg Rawling on the bottom. Rawling away. Oh no! Well, oh dear me, a big crash in turn number 4, hard luck for Shannon Blackburn. He persisted with the high line. Now did the checker come out? I don't think it did. Way to end the heats, really feel for the youngster out of Roma. The floods last week, only just got here to be here for the weekend and put on a great show. As he climbed steak burgers and Gatorade up to us throughout the week. And this is tonight's C-Main. Top 2 will transfer into the B. So we'll run through the starters, Brendan Kennedy and Max Clark. The 2nd row, Travis Barron and Jason Boss. David Jacoby, Graham Jones, Joel Thomas and Steve Jordan. Dennis Shellcross, Jeff Hayes, Brett Brady, Kerry Lack, David Barbala, Jerry Flood and Warren Dew. Your field of starters in the C-Main. Maps. Kerry Lack pulling on to the infield. And he'll take no further part. Hard luck for Kerry Lack. A bit of smoke coming from the 95. All right, folks. Time to shake, rattle and roll. C-Main. Kennedy and Clark, we're set for the start. And we're off and running. Max Clark leads us down the back straight for the first time. Not for long. Perhaps for Jason Boss, who's up on the top side. Brendan Kennedy on the bottom. Travis Barron pulls on to the infield with problems. The Falcon Justin and go. Off the start, Brendan Kennedy up into the fence. In turn 3 and 4. And Kennedy is OUT out of the C-Main. So it's Clark and Boss out in front of this one. Jordan is third. Hayes from Jones, Shellcross, Thomas, Warren Dew, Barbara. Jacoby, Brady in front. Shellcross picks up another position on Graham Jones and sets his side on Jeff Hayes. Max Clark doing a great job out in front. Jason Boss still second, Jordan is third. Jeff Hayes, Shellcross, Graham Jones, Thomas and Jones make some contact, and Barbara goes around the top and moves up a position. Flooddy's turned around in turn 2 and comes on to the infield as Graham Jones gets turned around in turn number 4, brings on the yellows. Clark will lead us away. The yellows are out. It's time to turn them loose once again. Clark, Boss and Jordan. Here we go. Jason Boss tries to get the nose up the inside of Clark, but it's not to be. Dennis Shellcross is the mover and shaker in the C main as he moves up to position number 4 and sets his sights on the leaders. Look at Shellcross. The little Cortina sneaking around on the bottom. Gets up on the inside of the Joker. And Dennis Shellcross will move into 3rd position. The little Cortina is a coming with Jordan. Keeps the boot in on the outside. Bossy down on the bottom. Jordan moving up the racetrack. Great race for the Miners. 1-3 wide. And Shellcross will go to position number 2. Max Clark still leads. Shellcross is second. Jordan, Bossy and Hayes. Max Clark doing a great job out in front. Shellcross still runs second. Jeff Hayes is third. Jordan 4th. Warren Dew 5th. Jason Bott 6th. But 1 to go for the race leader. Down the back chute he goes. And Max Clark will take the C main. Shellcross will get second. Jeff Hayes will get third. Warren Dew, Steve Jordan is how they'll finish. But he's from just down the road. Put your hands together for your winner of the C main, Max Clark. And Dennis Shellcross will transfer through as well. This will be 20 laps. And what a great list of cars.
we have out on the racetrack Shane McDonald is there, Quentin Clark is there, Ross Bullimore in the Mazda, Trevor Mills, or Millsy as we call him from Victoria, is there, Mark Ferguson, Brett Barron, Peter Gray, John O'Collins, Craig France and Brett Baxter, Metz Thompson, Gavin Lawrenson, and your C main winners, Max Clark and Dennis Shellcross. I think there's only one sighting lap we're going to turn them loose. This is the B main. Last chance to make it into the main show. Top 4 will transfer. 20 laps to get the job done. This is what it's all about. Behind the pace car, they're all around nice and steady. I tell you what, Travis Hutchison looked like he's about to spew in his helmet. He looks nervous. Langton shares the front row with him. But the Ryan's Refrigerated Transport Commodore Trevor Mills will slot up into position number 4. The yellows are out. We're gonna go green this time round. Top 4 or you go home. Hutchison and Langton for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. This is the B main of the Australian Modified Production Championship. About to stand on the loud button. And we are underway. Hutchison gets a good start and will lead us down the back straight for the first time. Millsy's gone to the high side. And I tell you what, he's found some speed up there. And Travis Hutchison will lead us away once again. Langton second, McDonald third. But Millsy on the outside, Brett Barron as well with 3 wide. Trevor Mills working the high line in the Commodore. Here comes Millsy, right around the outside. Oh yeah! How about that, Lismore? Millsy will lead us down the back chute. Hutchison is second. Langton, McDonald. Brett Barron has got the front wheel just about hanging off the 48 Commodore. And Brett Barron gets out of harm's way and will pull to the infield. It's still Trevor Mills out in front from Travis Hutchison, Shane Langton, Shane McDonald, Quentin Clark. Ferguson and Bullimore having a look on the top side. John O'Collins starting to use the high groove with some effect. Here comes John O'Collins. And the black VZ Commodore out of Cairns. Collins on the top side with 3 wide.
Hutchison still on the bottom. Collins on the top with 3 wide between McDonald, Langton and Ferguson. Raw champagne stuff. For all of our productions. Collins hanging on to second. Millsy just rolling around out in front as Ferguson is on the top. And moves up into position number 3. McDonald off the infield. Gets a little wild. They're all right up on the infield now. Trying to let up the right rear and get some drive. It's still Mills, Collins, Ferguson and Hutchison. McDonald, Langton and Clark. Fighting out down the field. Max Clark's made up a ton of positions. Have a look at Max Clark. Oh, young Clarkie, he's up in a 4th position, the local. He's come out of the C main. And he is sitting on the verge of the spot tonight's championship race. Millsy, Collins, Ferguson, Clark, and Clark. Langton, Lawrenson, Hutchison, Shellcross and Franz. One to go for Millsy. As Langton sits on the infield and watches it all go by. But Trevor Mills will win the B. Collins will get second. Max Clark will get 3rd. Mark Ferguson will get 4th. And what a drive by the Victorian, the winner of the B main. Make some noise for Trevor Mills. So Millsy, John O'Collins, Max Clark out of the C main will make it with a great performance, and Mark Ferguson will round out the last 2 rows of tonight's Australian Championship to be contested in not too far away. To Mark Ferguson. Out of position number 18, one of the hometown heroes, come out of the C main, Max Clark. The next one in the starting order from Cairns in North Queensland, the electrician John O'Collins. But what a drive around the outside of the B main from Victoria. Make some noise for Trevor Mills. Next one in the field, the Aussie Open champion from Townsville in North Queensland, in the Fair Income Sheds Commodore, Chris Jensen. Beautifully turned out Commodore from Mildura in Victoria, Martin Horson. The RCP machining Commodore, 18 on the roof
and Rocket Pimenta. Out of position number 12, make some noise for your hometown hero, Greg Walling. Here comes the Green Machine Brothers out of 11, Mark Raymond. Position number 10, the current Queensland champion, Aidan Raymond. Position number 9, the beautifully turned out Commodore, all the way from Avalon in Victoria, Justin Drew. From Toowoomba for the Toowoomba Steering and Suspension Team, Nathan McDonald. Position number 8, or position number 7, from Geelong in Victoria, Mark Carlin. Oh. And fireworks. Well, you're special, Mark. That deserves an interview. How come you got fireworks?
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we can have some fireworks about that.
Number 6, he was destroyed early on. Make some noise for Darren White. Position number 5 from Gympie in Queensland, the Garrett's Earth moving Commodore, Glenn Pagel. Position number 4, the Black XF Falcon. Make some noise for Gavin Fletcher. And what a change of car this has been, from a Holden to a Ford in one weekend. From Redcliffe in Queensland, Matt Swartrock. On the front row, one of your hometown heroes is a former national champion, Jason Jolly. And from pole position, a former 2-time national champion, make some noise for Todd Doyle. What a awesome looking field for tonight's Lismore, Nissan and Kia Australian Championship. All right, I think it might be time to cue the music.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, Lismore! It's time to make some noise! As we come down the pitch straight, show your appreciation. I mean, Lismore all over the platform, they're up there. They come into the grandstand. So stand up and make some noise! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! What a magnificent looking field! Beautiful stuff! Ladies and gentlemen, get this party started. You wanted the best, you got them two abreast. This is the Australian Championship. Can Todd Doyle become only the second or third driver to win more than 2 national championships? Arthur Whedon and Peter Lack are the only 2. Whedon 4, Lack 3. Starts on the front row. Can Jolly become a dual national champion? Flashing yellows. We are about to go green, I think. Pace car pulls in. Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Lismore Nissan and Kia Australian Championship for the Modified Productions. Hang on to your hat and strap yourselves in. We are going green. Todd Doyle leads us into turn one for the first time. Matt Schwabrook up on the inside. Jolly fighting on the outside. Gavin Fletcher gets the black belt. Fletcher on the top. Schwabrook locked on the bottom. Jolly, Whitey, Pagel, Cohen, McDonald, Todd Doyle, your race leader. Gavin Fletcher right behind him in second position. Schwabrook, Joey, White, Pagel. Nice and tidy start. Here at Lismore Speedway. And the race leader has turned around. Oh! And yellow's on for Doyle and Pottage on the main straight. And we got a new leader. Are there any Gavin Fletcher fans in the house? Well. Jason Jolly is there and thereabouts. Whitey, Glenn Pagel, Nathan to Max Clark, Jensen, Mills, Collins, Ferguson, and Phil Pottage. The front hand suspension on the Fletcher Falcon. And Fletcher will take his spot back at the front of the field. All right. So Pimenta slots back into his spot. So the order's right, we're still solid yellows. We will go green the next time round. 37 laps still to run for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. What a crazy night. From the green, this time round, 37 laps to run. Fletcher the leaders away. Schwabrook, Jolly, White and Pagel your top five. Fletcher leads us past the main grandstand. He's got all sorts of damage. Fletcher can't steer the car. McDonald's got problems and is pulling up. Pottage spins around. In turn number 4, the yellows are on. And Fletcher cannot steer the car. They thought it was all over. The team Truant gave up their car. They went back and got it, the spare one that was in the shed. And Matt Schwabrook finds himself in the lead. Pagel 4th, Aidan Raymond up to 5th. Carlin, Drew, Walling, Mark Raymond, Horson, your top 10. Green flag at the ready. 36 laps still to run. And we are off. Carlin runs a little high. Matt Swarbrook, your race leader. Jason Jolly is second. Darren White is third. Aidan Raymond up on the inside. And here comes Aidan Raymond. Pagel back to fifth. Carlin sixth. Drew seventh. Roaring. Max Whitey's gone to the top. Pagel's on the top. Raymond's down the bottom. Oh, Glenn Pagel, big contact. The fence in turn 4. And Glenn Pagel, the Australian Championships hopes are gone. Whitey's on the top. Raymond up into third. Here comes Jolly now. Jolly's starting to come on. Swarbrook down in the gutter. Jolly moves to mid-track. Steps up on the outside. Jolly and Swarbrook side by side. Here comes Jason Jolly. Jolly up on the outside of Swarbrook. They're still side by side. Swarbrook, the upper hand. Jolly on the outside. Natalie in the lead. And Jason Jolly takes over the lead of the Australian Championship. And we've got a new leader with 28 laps left to run. Jason Jolly. Swarbrook. Whiting. As Justin Drew pulls onto the infield. And out of the national title also. Jolly. We're 3 wide through turn 4 with Pimento, Horson and Jensen. Jason Jolly starting to run away. As yellows come on, for Martin Horson, who finds himself in the fence in turn number 2 and brings on the yellows. Well, there is plenty going on all over the place. Burned off. The Australian Championship is about to resume. The battle continues for 27 laps. Jason Jolly will lead us away. Jolly, down the back chute he goes. Here comes Aidan Raymond. Has a look on the inside of Swarbrook. Raymond. Points and shoots. Aidan Raymond up on the inside, and Aidan Raymond takes over position number 2. Jolly. Raymond is fast at the moment. Jolly's car's a little tight. You see it push in the corner. Here comes the Queensland champion. Aidan Raymond up on the inside. Jolly and Raymond into turn number 3. Aidan Raymond on the inside. Raymond. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, no. Wow. Raymond's tyre got cut down by Jolly's bumper. Max Clark goes to the top now. And Max Clark on the top side. Clark on the outside, and Joey from the C to the B to the lead of the Australian Championship. Woo-wee! Joey back to second. Swaddle, White, Walling, Cullen, Mills, Pimenta, Doyle. Rolling on the outside. Moves up into position number 4. Joey fighting back on the inside. Clark and Joey are side by side once again. Joey's coming. Joey back on the inside. Clark's still fighting there. They're still side by side. But Jason Joey takes back over the lead of the feature. Clark will not go away. Have a look at him. Well, on the inside, switches back to the bottom now. Clark on the inside now. Clark and Joey. What a race. Joey and Clark's back in the lead. Well, Max Clark still leads. Joey, Matt Swarbrook, Darren White, Greg Walling not out of the equation. And Joey back around the outside. Jason Joey opens up at car length. Back to Clark. Swarbrook is third. Whitey fourth. Walling fifth. Carlin 6th, Pimenta is 7th, Doyle is 8th. Rolling on the outside. Moves up into position number 4. Charlie still leads. Clark still second. Clark starting to come on again. Swarbrook is third. Walling. White, Pimenta, Carlin, Doyle with 11 laps still to run. Clark has another look on the outside. Joey, still your race leader. How are their tyres going? Oh no! Jason Joey, a flat front hand tyre, and Jason Joey is out of the event, or he will be shortly. Max Clark back in the lead. With a flat right rear, the tyres are gone, and they're dropping like flies. Clark, Swarbrook, Walling, Pimenta's fourth. And Chris Jensen turns around on the main straight, and the bottom arms are destroyed, and Jensen will be out of the race. What an amazing race! Australian Championship. How's his tyres? That's the question. 8 laps left to run. Swarbrook is second, Walling is third. with a run to the flag. Max Clark will lead us away. We're about to go green. Clark, Pimento on the top of Carlin. Max Clark, your leader, Swarbrook, Walling on the top now. Carlin moves through into position 4. Pimento back to 5th. Millsy moves to 6th. Doyle back to 7th. They switch positions as Matt Swarbrook moves up into the lead. Clark finding back on the outside. Clark takes back the lead. Swarbrook nose it in on the inside. Clark still on the top. They're side by side. 6 laps left to go. Clark on the top. Swarbrook on the bottom. Clark and Swarbrook. Clark still leading. Swarbrook is second. Walling is third. 4 to go. As Dole gets Sean Carlin to 5th. Clark still leading. Swarbrook. Walling. Doyle moves Shoe into 4th position. 2 laps left to run for Max Clark. Swarbrook is second. Walling is third. White flag comes out. 1 lap to go. 1 and 2. Clark running away. Final corner. What a performance from the C to the B to the A. And Max Clark wins this San Antonio. Swarbrook will get second. Walling third. Doyle 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, he's done the alphabet. Unbelievable! That is one of the greatest I've ever seen. The young fella, one of the hometown heroes. The C-Main, the B-Main, and to win his first ever Australian Championship is incredible. And Greg Walling for second and third. Absolutely magnificent for Lismore, Nissan and Kia. Absolutely. Go nuts as he goes past your new national champion.
I've got to tell you, he looks simply the best out there at the moment. He is one happy fella. Doing some donuts and celebrating the 2010 Australian Modified Production title winner, Maxie Clark. Australia won on his...
The young fella, one of the locals. I tell you what, absolutely magnificent occasion, and he's taken the gear off. He's the biggest smile he's ever seen. The new national champion. Started up at the back of the C, got through to the B, and wins the Australian Championship. Go nuts for Max Clark! Oh yeah. If we get down here, we'd have crap. Well done, champ. I tell you what, that was one of the best bloody things I've ever seen. Well, when we were doing the commentary and you come out for the C main, I said, he's been so fast this season, it's hard to believe he's in the C main. You want that? No worries, just sneak through to the B. You've done the alphabet. That's like Gary Brazy and great stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm being a bit. I had a really bad season, but
well, you got the big one on the side, so that's pretty decent.
No, that's good.
All right, you obviously need to thank some great people that have been behind you for so many years.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Mum and Dad. They've been there a long time. Showgrounds, she helped me out a fair bit and gets into it and all that. She's good. Big brother has been a big help. Ferrani's been a great help and sharing stuff up for us and that, putting up with us for 50 years now. Just everyone that's helped us out.
Absolutely. We'll better go to the podium and do the official presentations. Championship, make some noise for Rodney Pimenta. Well done, mate. Rocket. That was hard work out there, mate, but you gave it everything.
Yeah, I thought I'd try that hole one for as long as I could, and me and Carl and Toddy had our own little fun there, and the others sort of scooted away, but yeah, that was about all I could do. I was just hanging in there.
Absolutely. Great performance by everyone, and you had a lot of support this week.
Yeah, no, I'd like to thank everyone on the hill that's helped, and everyone from Toowoomba. The Toowoomba crew are really great. We all chipped in for each other, and when the tracks start to go like this, I've never seen it like this, and we never even had a heart, so we were begging and borrowing from everyone, and I really appreciate those people that did that for us.
Absolutely right. You make your way over there. Fourth place, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Todd Doyle. Toddy, well, what can you say?
Give yourself an uppercut, that's all you can say.
Yeah, it was just one of those things. Obviously wasn't meant to be today, but to recover from 20th back to 4th, a pretty impressive effort.
Yeah, no, I just put the wrong tires on it before, and I was just too hard, so anyway, next year.
Absolutely. All right, mate. Third place in the National Championship. One of your own, make some noise for Greg Walling. Well, Greg, you got a flat tyre on your first heat to third position in the national title. That's a pretty good recovery, mate.
Well, as I said to you there tonight, can we start all over again? But I mean, yeah, sure, you just got to be happy with that. From 12, but pales in insignificance compared to Max. You know, I'm really happy for him. Yeah, losing your tyres on, did really well. Local guy, and no, very pleased for him. But yeah, look, we're happy with third. I like to think the video of that, I mean, some of that racing was just awesome. The crowd's got value out of that. Modified production at its best. Thank you very much to David Land for having us here. thank you very much to my hard-working crew, my father, Suzanne, Wayne, Mutt. Really appreciate their help. Couldn't do it without them. Performance Wholesale, Kipples Cafe, Lismore Tyre Company. Really appreciate their support. And Queensland Speedway Spares, pushing those easy tyres. Thank you.
Absolutely, well done, mate. Make a step over there. All right, and we're going to do a lap of honour after this, so please hang around. But second place, what a performance, what a weekend. Make some noise for Matt Swarbrook. Matty, unbelievable, a fairy tale sort of weekend from the highs, or from the lows to the highs. You got second place, but it took one of the best drives we've probably ever seen to beat you. But Matt, well done.
I'm stoked, I don't know what to say. Just thank all the boys for being there, I suppose. Thank Glenn Truan for giving me a car to drive straight out of the shed. The track there anyway, it was great, absolutely great. Thanks to the old boy for never giving up. And Bunge in the stands there, thank you for being here. Just thanks everyone, it was unreal. Thanks to all the officials, absolutely great, I'm stoked.
Very well done, mate. Go over to the side here. The rest of the superstars. Ladies and gentlemen, the new national champion for Lismore Nissan and Kia. Make some noise for Matt Clark. You saw, you've done a few laps, yeah. You had to work harder than everyone else, but I reckon it was worth it. Max, we spoke before, but mate, it's incredible, eh? You looked a little stunned, mate.
Oh, I'm definitely stunned. I never thought I'd be, not for a long time anyway.
Absolutely, it's been a rapid rise. I can remember you racing a little Corolla around in the juniors only a few years ago. National Junior Rising Star thing that you were in, which was a great attribute for yourself, and now winning a national championship. It's been a quick rise to fame.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't think it would come this quick, and I've had a bad season. I didn't think I'd be, but it's all come together, and hopefully we can keep it going now.
Absolutely, and lap after lap, you guys support a lot of racetracks. You run just about every second or every week, every second week. Got a great team, mate.
Yeah, definitely. It's just mainly Dad, me, and my brother and that, and I just really want to thank them, mate. They've had a couple of people in that and just started a new business up this year and struggling to get out and racing there. It's great.
All right, mate. Well, I'll get out of the road. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for the winners of the National Modified Production Championship.
But it's been no better for us.
They come round looking for the first green light of the night here at the Lismore Speedway. Away we go with the Amca National towards Van Ford, and they're going to find it interesting on this track. First up, it's always a little slick. We've had the 40 car of Hawley turn it around right there in turn 1. He's got it back going again. We had one that clipped the wall before, and I think he's had a second go at it again in turn 4. Going to find some greasy spots. Mitchell Randall in that 26 car having all sorts of issues at the moment. Hawley at the rear of the field. They come on through. It is the John Slack car number 14, Danny Kane and Marley Webber 1, 2 and 3. I think that's Marley Webber getting into a little bit of difficulty there. The 24 car, Tony Blanche now up in a 3rd position. Gone out wide, has got the nose in front. The 84 car, Marley Webber back into 3rd. 24 car stays out wide. Track not tacky out there at this particular stage, but I've got to tell you, it is going to, as the night goes on, just a little bit of light water put on this track during the day. The cool temperatures of today, any moisture that was down low is going to start coming up. John Slack and Danny Kane, the 14 and 16 car well out in front. Marley Webber holds on to 3rd, but he's got cars surrounding him. Tim Gamble and Tony Blanche really coming at him. Blanche, he's just gone past. We've got one that spun around. I think that may be Danny Kane, and he's going to be saved because Danny Kane wasn't the first one to go around. He went around in turn 4, but in turn 2, I think that may be Mitchell Randall who's turned it around. And the noise is on. We got ourselves a green light, a 3-lap dash. It's like a very fast freight train out there. The 24 car goes to the outside. That's Tony Blanche looking for some traction. Oh, and the 74 car just sneaks out in front of him. Tim Gamble wants to take him on too. So it's Slack, Kane, Weller, Tim Gamble in 4th. Blanche comes back at him. And now he's up into 3rd position as one goes around. Oh, almighty lose. Can he keep it going? Yes, he does. And almost takes out another car. Oh dear, some spectacular driving to miss the 84 car. We've kept the race going, but it's going to change. The number 16 car takes the checkered flag. Tony Blanche in 2nd. Stuart Hall, who started at the rear, has now come up and got 3rd spot. Well done. So it's 16, 24 and 40. Tim Gamble in 4th, Andrew Robinson in 5th, Mitchell Randall in 6th, John Slack, Marley Webber and Bill Dennehy brings up. Coming around, Van Ford start car on the infield now. They'll build up the pace as they come round turn 4. Not too much, or they'll get pinged, but I'll wait for the green light. Here we go. Trent Duke, car number 17. Number 7 car, Tim Weir on his outside. Tim Weir has got him too, taking him past the Valvoline sign for the first time. Running an escort, Tim Weir. Got some spectacular stuff happening here. 36 car in 3rd spot. That's Andrew Plim. Few of the cars that were here last night, not out in on the 2nd night. But certainly the number 7 car doing well. The 18 car getting in the mix. That's Mark Kelly out of Queensland, now up into 3rd position. Here comes Michael English. The Racing Fuego. Number 17 car, Trent Dew in 2nd position, goes out wide. Cough of smoke and out of the 18 car. Mark Kelly, but he's up into 2nd position. With that smoke coming out, I don't know how long it's going to last. But he's certainly got the go forward at the moment. 4 laps to go for the 4 cylinders. It's Weir, Kelly, Dew, Michael English. left in it. Cameron Nixon in car number 2. He was a bit disappointed with himself last night, the way that he performed on the track. No blame on the track though. 2 laps in it as they come up on one of the slower cars. It's the Weir car. Tim Weir, car number 7, is leading by a long shot. Kelly, Dew, English and Nixon, Plim. The 11 car, which is Kevin Willis. And Tim Weir certainly showing us how it's done. Well, maybe how they do it in Queensland. I see the checkered flag this time round as he comes very tightly around turn 4. Across the line, takes the checkered flag in the first of the 4 cylinder heats tonight. Kelly and in 3rd position, Trent Dew. 7, 18 and 17. That's the way they finished, 7, 18 and 17.
Can't go back to the camera.
4 of our junior drivers made the feature race for juniors in the title last night. We can train well here on the Northern Rivers. It's the grey car getting away quickly. It's trying to lead the bunch, but the one right out in front is the 46 car, Brody King. Grey, Luke Watt in the 94 car, goes to the outside. Past the 96 car of Ryan Green, which is yellow. Oh, Luke Watt's had a moment. I mentioned his name. I gave him the kiss of death. Poor Luke. Sorry, Luke. My apologies. He's on the infield now. LJ Gray is trying to hold their own with the Mitchell Haynes car coming in behind. 6 side by side down past the Valvoline side of the Lismore and Bill Club. Mitchell slips on through turns 3 and 4. Now on the chase for Brody King. Winding up the Honda. LJ Gray in the Lancet, 3rd position now. Coming up Ryan Green in 4th, putting some pressure on. 4 laps to go in our junior first heat. That sprinkle of water will make it a bit interesting for them. But Brody King showing how easy it can be done. Mitchell Haynes in 2nd position, takes a slightly tighter line. Doesn't manage to gain too much. Bit of a moment for Brody King coming out of turn 3. That's allowed Haynes to gain some ground. 3 laps to go. Can he get him? LJ Gray holding on to 3rd spot. Green in 4th. Coming up now on slower cars. This will test the lead of Brody King. If he can get past cleanly and quickly, he'll maintain a couple of car lengths in it. He's gone to the outside. No room on the inside for Mitchell Haynes, so he'll make it. Just runs up on that white line. He's got about 2 car lengths in it, maybe more as they work their way through the slower cars. White flag out now for Brody King. Mitchell Haynes is going to have to make a move very, very quickly if he wants to nail the checkered flag. Half a lap to go, and he's right on him going into turn 3, past the Northern Star stand, into the members' turn. But Brody King, he's nailed it, takes the checkered flag from Mitchell Haynes, holds on from an early lead. LJ Gray takes 3rd position. Well done to our juniors. Brody King, congratulations. Taking it from Mitchell Haynes and LJ Gray. Come around for a start this time. Green light, and we are off. It's the 72 car of Nick Chilcott on the way, but it's the Vickery car around the outside. I'm just watching him, and the Vickery car puts a little too much into it. Manages to hold on to the lead, but only just as he fishtails his way around turns 3 and 4. Quite a spectacular way to finish that first lap, and it may have cost him in the traction department. He's taken that tight line this time, got it nicely through, but he's in second spot. It's the 71 car. That's one of the Quirk cars. So 71 now leading. Not in the program, so it always makes it easy. That's Stephen Quirk, I think, maybe. Five laps to go, and I tell you what, doesn't matter what his name is, he is absolutely hammering it. Vickery now back to third position. Quirky, and then way back to Stubbsy. Stephen Stubbs has gotten himself through. Vickery now to third position, and under pressure. He's not enjoying the slightly greasy conditions, but just the way it's got to be as the track is prepared for the Australian title. One of the cars pulls onto the infield. Nick Chalkett, I think that may be. Two laps left in it. 71. Then the Stubbsy car. And we've got Vickery pulled to the infield as well. Something did go wrong in his car. Thought he was travelling a little slower than he would normally do. Nice Doyle trying to join in the dice for that third spot. White flag out now for our leader, car number 71. Mark Quirk, Stephen Stubbs in second position, then Dean Bradley in the 48 car. Checkered flag being drawn out for our leader, comes round turn 4. Hits the start-finish line and takes the checkered flag. Mark Quirk, car number 71, Stephen Stubbs. And in third position, due to a slide out in turn 4, is the Doyle car. Well done. That's the way they finish. Street Stockers for Nissan Kia. And away we go, 8 laps in it for our wingless sprints. And these were excitement machines last night. Have a listen to them. Absolutely roaring around this Lismore Speedway. And car number 98, Craig Smith, has got it from Brandon Haynes and Trent Martin. Car is in third spot, is hammered in at the moment. I think he's actually in second spot. Just making it difficult as they cross the line. Looks to go to the outside, I think, this time round. Car number 80. Warren King in car number 98 is leading them. Trent Martin, Brandon Haynes, the 18 car, still battling away back there. 48, Dennis Mazza is up into the mix now. Oh, he's gone out wide. That's cost him back into fourth spot now. 3 laps to go for our wingless sprints. Becoming a popular division here, but Warren King is nailing it at the moment. Taking a nice line, plenty of grip, and just stretching his lead. In fact, the first 2 cars certainly pulling away from the pack. Warren King and Trent Martin. Number 80, desperate to keep in tow. The 71 car, David Eggins in third position. Now coming up onto the back of the Trent Martin car. But he may have left his run too late. 1 lap to go. They'll see the white flag this time round. Warren King on fire in the first heat tonight. Challenge coming up. David Eggins trying to slip on the inside. But it's now stretching it out even further, this lead. Warren King will take the checkered flag. comfortable win over Trent Martin and David Eggins. It's 98, 80 and 71. Aaron Ackley, Robert Mazza, Brandon Haynes, the 72 car of Bruce Hall. Don't look at it, it doesn't exist. Go there. Ready to go green as they come around turn 4, ready to hit the start-finish line. Car number 7, that's Amy Gordon, gets them away. The number 19 car, Jamie Marsden, round the outside. The Watt car also goes around the outside, gets the nose in front, in second place now. As we circulate for the first lap, LJ Gray is up into third. That's Marsden and Watt and Gray, 1, 2 and 3. Number 96 car of Ryan Green coming through as well, joining that front 4A. We've got Mitchell Haynes as well. He's coming through with car number 6. The Go Fasters are adding up Brody King, Matthew Layton as well. They're all a part of this gaggle of cars at the front. LJ Gray, the grey car, in second position. It's Watt who's staying out wide though. May cost him as Haynes goes to the inside of the grey car. Side by side for second and third position. Mitchell Haynes gets him in the Honda. 11 laps left in this feature race for the juniors. Lots of pressure on Jamie right now in car number 19. Amy Marsden gives himself some breathing space. Gray comes back, finds herself back in second position. Mitchell Haynes comes through in turn 4, side by side into turn 1. Desperate to hold on to this second spot or get it back. Got the nose in front past the Valvoline sign of the Lismore Automobile Club. Clears and waits for Gray to come back. Haynes in second position. Now gets on the inside of Jamie Marsden. Marsden closes the door. Leaves it a little ajar though, coming out of turn 1 into turn 2. The deal can't be completed though. And we now come up on some slower cars. This is going to be interesting. Gray gets all out of shape. As Mitchell Haynes banks off. Watt now up into third position. Gray into 4. 7 laps to go. Side by side the junior racers are in front of the Northern Star stand. Marsden goes out wide, cost him in turn 4. Mitchell Haynes goes out wide in turn 1. He can see a slower car. He leads. He's going to use that slower car to his best advantage. Going into turn 3. Around the outside. Marsden goes as well. Struggles around turn 4. LJ Gray gets on the inside. Can she get on the inside of the 44 car? Oh, they touch paint. They swap a bit there and are still side by side past the Valvoline timer. How good is this race? These are junior races. 5 laps to go. Chasing down Mitchell Haynes. LJ Gray in second position. Marsden in third. Here comes the 81 car. That's Matthew Layton. He's in on the mix as well. Watts' car has given up and moves onto the infield. He's out of the mix now, obviously. 4 laps to go. Mitchell Haynes got a handy lead on him now. LJ Gray, after chasing him down, it's going to be a tough ask in the next 3 laps for that to happen. But Gray now has a comfortable lead over those in third and fourth, which is Marsden and the Layton car. Oh, Mitchell Haynes gets a little untidy out wide in turn 2. Now that's given Gray an opportunity to catch up as they pass some of the slower cars. What a fantastic drive it is for LJ Gray tonight. She is having an absolute blinder. Oh, we've got the Marsden car with the wheel off. And that goes around turn number 1 on its own as the number 19 car parks itself on the grass. A wheel of that spare wheel still rolling around. They'll pick that up. 3 laps to go. This restart. So work being done by officials to make sure that we've got cars and races ready to go. Still got to give enough time for the modified production drivers to get ready for their C main, which is there next to Ben. As we get underway with the green light, Mitchell Haynes takes them away. Gray right on his hammer. And then the Randall car, or the Leighton car should I say, in 3rd spot. Brody King in 4th, trying to stay with them. 2 laps to go. Haynes, Gray and Leighton. King. So Mitchell Haynes in the Honda, taking a very, very wide line out of turn 4. Stays wide in turn 1. The drive can't be found down low though to give Gray the opportunity of getting in underneath. She's trying to stay. Mind you, Haynes stays low this time. And the checkered flag falls. The junior feature tonight. 6-5 and the 81 car. 6-5 and 81 is the way they finish. That's the junior feature race tonight. How good was that?
Thanks very much, Neil. We got the junior feature, folks. And it was a good race of these youngsters. They put it on for us once again. 3rd placing the night in the 81 car, Matty Leighton.
Thank you. I just want to thank Dad, Dave and Robert Eggins from Romac Harvesters, Uncle Gary from Gold Coast Freight, Graham Gray Automotive, and a good race to LJ and Mitchell. Thanks.
Good on you, mate. Well said. 2nd placing the night, folks. You already heard his name. The number 5 car, LJ Gray.
I'd like to thank Mum, Dad, Leanne, Trev, all my sponsors, Alpine Towing, Central Detailing, Blackwoods, Seedling House Nursery, come to watch us every time. Great race to Mitch, and late for 3rd. Thanks.
Well done, mate. Do they speak all these juniors? No, they're only youngsters, remember. The winner of the night, folks, the number 6 car, Mitch Haynes.
I'd like big thanks to Mum and Dad for getting me here from the title last night. I'd like to thank Northern Truck Coolers, Jav Engines, PRD Nationwide, Nicole Delaforce, Northern Truck Coolers, Autobahn, Hillside Auto Dismantlers. I think that's about it. Thanks.
Good on you, mate. Give it up for these youngsters. 14, 16 years of age, these young guys, and they are good drivers. Well done, guys. Great.
The Banford start car pulls to the infield. .15 laps to go on this feature race for the wingless sprints. And through the first 2 turns safely. Because these guys have been pretty spectacular this weekend. Testing the catch fence already. Don't want any more of that action tonight. Darryl Bonnell in the car number 72 leads them away. Aaron Ackley, David Eggins up there in the 71 car. .42 car, Ian Hershey's the one at the rear of the field. So it's Bonnell, Ackley, Eggins, Mazza, Santin, Martin. Car going around the outside, staying pretty wide. That's the 15 car of David Eggins, now up into 3rd spot. Ackley battling away with Bonnell for that lead. Just needs to back off. Eggins comes around the outside. He's going to really hang in there. Stays out very wide indeed. And comes up with the goods coming out of turn 2 past the Valvoline sign. That's the number 15 car, David Santin. David Santin now leads this race. Bonnell, Ackley and Eggins back into 4th spot. Santin drives away. Daylight second. But it is the number 72 car. Manel and Eggins back up into third now. Ackley back to 4. Ackley pushes back. He is really hammering at the moment. There's not much in it between third and fourth. Let's look at the 72 car. Starting to feel as if he's got a bit of a breathing space. Not that he's got a rear vision mirror to let him know. Santin, Manel, Eggins and Ackley. 1, 2, 3 and 4. But one is still out in front very comfortably. We've got one around in turn 3. That's the 33 car of Mitch Gowland. Now bring it around. Waiting for the restart. The cone of silence is out. Here we go. We are away. Everybody stays where they should be on the track. Passing before then. Before they go past that cone, moves to the infield. David Santin quickly away from the rest of the pack. There was a brilliant fight for second, third and fourth before that continues. Manel, Eggins and Trent Martin now up into the mix. Aaron Ackley slipping back one position. But it's David Martin who is absolutely creaming this field at the moment. Okay, I've just been told that one of them passed 2 cars before the cone and will be in trouble. Yeah, that's Brandon Haynes, I'm told, in the 18 car. Mind you, he was down near the rear of the field anyway. 4 laps to go. It's Santin, Eggins and Martin. 18 has been shown the black flag. Yep, we were told that he was going to be in trouble. And he'll see that near the rear of the field and won't be happy with himself. But if he keeps circulating, his back pocket might be a little lighter as well. 3 laps left in it. David Santin, daylight second. In fact, there's a 2.4 second gap between first and second. Mind you, very close between second and third, which is Eggins and Martin. They are very close indeed, and there is not much in it. About half a car length with 2 laps to go. That's where the race is at the moment. There's David Santin almost 3 seconds ahead. Let's see how far he is this time. I think he's going to continue to stretch until the end of this race. Yep, 3.3 seconds now. So the battle between Eggins and Martin continues. Trent Martin trying to get up on the inside, but the checkered flag falls. David Santin, 71, David Eggins and Trent Martin, number 80. So it's 15, 71 and 80. That's the way they finish in the feature race for the wingless sprints. 15, 71 and 80. 15, 71 and 80. Our wingless sprint feature for tonight.
Thanks, folks. Their feature tonight, and it's good racing these guys put on. Third placing tonight, the 80 car, Trent Martin.
Thank you. Firstly, a big thanks to all Ray Eggins' help for the whole weekend. Second time I've been behind Dave this weekend, so hopefully next time we can beat him. Just everyone else for the racing, thanks.
Thanks, mate. Well said and well driven. Second placing tonight, folks, the big fella coming right up alongside of me, the 71 car, David Eggins.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun to drive on that. Thanks to all the other competitors. They're always good to race with, and it's always fun. I'd just like to thank my mother and father, actually, just for all the time they put in dragging 2 of our cars around, and they thoroughly enjoy it, but I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Good on you, mate. Well said. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the winner tonight of the wingless sprints and the great drives, the 15 car, David Santin.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. I'd like to thank Dave and Trent here. I didn't really know where Trent was, but I knew Dave wouldn't be far behind, and I knew Trent would try to be sneaking up there. It's been a great night, and thanks all.
Good on you, mate. There they are, folks. 1, 2 and 3. Well driven, guys. think I just heard through the headset there, we're waiting on the Ampkers to come out.
If you want comfort at an affordable price, the AZA Motel is conveniently located at 114 Keene Street in downtown Lismore and is a major sponsor of the Lismore Speed.
Let's get ready for a start. The AMCA Nationals over 20 laps. Their feature lap. And away we go. Tony Blanch in the 24 car gets them away quickly. A little bit of contact further back in the field and some contact with the wall. One of them's had a bit of a nasty bang out there on the wall. And now looking to get off the track, it would seem. Or maybe just regain some composure. But it's Tony Blanch, Mitchell Randall, John Slack, Danny Kane. There's your top four. But Tony Blanch has certainly got a gap on him at the moment. Oh, we've got an orange light. We've got one around over in turn 2. Thought so we could do things like we do tonight. Dawn service, the march getting underway at 5 o'clock in the old post office. Coming around for the restart. Foot goes down, the lights go green, it's on. Tony Blanch, ball back to the pack. Mitchell Randall goes out a little wide, wants to see if he can have a crack at him down the back straight and gets into turn 3 and side by side into turn 4. Tony Blanch, Mitchell Randall. Mitchell Randall has got him by the barest of margins. Let me tell you, less than a second in there, and Blanch fights back down the back straight, gaps him. Randall's going to have to come back hard on the last 2 turns. We've got yellow lights again. We've got one over by the Valvoline side. Lost it coming out of turn 2 by the look of it. 18 laps to go. Coming around, ready for a start. Go green, we're racing, single lane restart. All getting away comfortably, doing the right thing. And one of them already had a nasty moment up there in the front. We've got the Tony Blanch car leading now. Blanch in the 16 car of Danny Kane. Stuart Hall, Mitchell Randall back to 4th position. Mitchell's had a nasty moment there and brought himself undone. Hawley's up there now in 2nd position and on the chase of Tony Blanch. Blanch, Hall. Oh, got plenty of laps to catch him. And certainly will do that doggedly. 26 car of Mitchell Randall. We've got an amber light. We've got 2 around over by the Lismore Automobile Club. Tony Blanch, Stuart Hall and Danny Kane. 1, 2 and 3. Mitchell Randall bang on 4. To get the restart underway. 16 laps to go. Hall right on the hammer now of Tony Blanch. Hawley, he's going to be like a dog with a bone and not let go. He's gone to the low line and Tony Blanch got out wide. Hawley's got the nose in front down the back straight. Blanch comes back in turn 3. Still side by side through turn 4 in front of the members stand. Blanch holds on. He's got a fraction of a second in it. Hawley comes back at him, staying on that low line, keeps the power down. Blanch stays with him, comes back at him through turn 3. Have a look at this side-by-side racing for the AMCA Nationals. Hawley's in front this time round, still only a fraction of a second in it. Maybe a little more as the staying out wide starts to hurt. Tony Blanch still stays out there. But 0.3 of a second in it. Now slips in behind, maybe look to get on the inside if Hawley makes a mistake. We've got an amber light again, we've got another one round in turns 1 and 2. laps to go. Amka Nationals. Hall and Blanche. Blanche just managed to get his nose back in front before. So he wouldn't be happy with this restart. So he's going to try and go wide. Comes back in on turn one, looks to the inside. The V8 Amka Nationals. Oh, big moment there for Tony Blanche coming out of turn three. Car went sideways, just washed off some speed. Even Mitchell Randall and Andrew Robinson a chance to get close, but they're in a battle of their own for third and fourth spot. Mitchell Randall holds his line. Robinson goes to the inside. Tries to get in there. No, has the door closed again in turn one. Mitchell Randall holding on to third spot, but under a lot of pressure from Andrew Robinson. Tim Gamble trying to get in on the act. Robinson goes to the outside. Randall takes him out a little bit wider. It's Hall, Blanche, Randall, Robinson and Gamble. There's your top five and another amber light. One around. Down to 9 cars. Out so far, Slack, Pollock, Campbell, Knight and Ward. Oh, another one gone around. He has lost it in turn two. He's going into turn two, lost it on his own. And everybody else having to avoid. So the drag racing over in Casino. We're going to go flag to flag now with the last 6 laps. So we hope anyway. Stuart Hall hopes to, because he's leading them over the line again. Tony Blanche, Mitchell Randrew and Drew Robinson. There's your top 4, Tim Gamble in it as well. So Stuart Hall immediately gaps them. Tony Blanche holds on to second. Pressure building on Mitchell Randall from Andrew Robinson again. Hall brings it round, counts these laps down, 4 to go. Robinson trying to get on the inside of Mitchell Randall. Randall trying to do the same to Tony Blanche. Blanche seems to be able to down that back straight. Gap them just a little bit, then they come back to the pack down the front straight. Mitchell Randall in car number 26. Tries to close in again. He's in third spot. He's on the podium. Stuart Hall, he's well clear of the pack now. Only a mechanical problem will hold him up, and we don't think that's going to happen the way the car is sounding. Two laps to go, 1.5 to be exact. He'll see the white flag this time round. Comes through turn 4, sees the white flag. One more circulation of the Lismore Speedway. Stuart Hall, Tony Blanche, Mitchell Randall, 1, 2 and 3. Randall's got to hold off the last couple of challenges through turns 3 and 4. Put your hands together for Stuart Hall. He's taken it, the checkered flag. In second position, Tony Blanche, Mitchell Randall in third, Andrew Robinson 4, Tim Gamble 5. They finish 40, 24 and 26. That is your Amka National feature. And turn 1 has a car that's looped it just on the checkered flag. It's off. We've got them coming round. We'll see a green light this time round. 15 laps for our feature, 4 cylinders. Coming around. And away we go. It's Kelly in the 18 car. Gets them away quickly. Michael English in the 13 car, right on his hammer, looks straight to the inside, but Kelly's got the power down the back straight past the Automobile Club. Here comes a big move and a big 360, 180, didn't quite manage it, on that wall around there between turns 3 and 4. Back in position, ready for a complete restart. Kelly gets them away again. Doesn't get away as quickly from them this time. English gets down the inside, coming down the back straight. Almost side by side of the Lismore Automobile Club. Definitely side by side as they go past the Northern Star stand and the members stand. And Michael English is in second place. Kelly came back at him. We have an amber light. We've got 3 around, 1 around and 2 avoiding in turn 4. We go start to finish. We finally get a start. A full start, a complete start. More than half a lap start. Kelly gets away. English goes out wide this time and is up in the loose stuff. He's decided that the wall is something he wanted to check out and now checks himself out to be second to last. Michael English not happy with himself through that and will have to find his way back through the pack. At this stage we have a race on our hands. We've got down one lap. Michael English launching himself off of the infield there. He's angry with himself and he's showing you the way that he's driving. But it's Kelly in the number 18 car. 7 is Tim Weir in second position. Trent Dew is in the 17 car. In third spot, Nixon in fourth. And Kelly taking it nice and easy and is leading comfortably. Nixon goes to the outside going in turn 1. Hasn't quite got the power to close the gap. However, sticks right on the inside of Dew. Dew had went out wide coming out of turn 2 and that's cost him big time. Cameron Nixon now up into third spot. Willis into 4th. The Fuego can't see. Now that'll... The Fuego's got the bonnet up. He can't see what's going on. That would have to be an unbelievable situation. Why doesn't he just pull inside? He's going to get told. He scores the stoppage. Michael English, hello. Flying blind before, now we are just simply flying. Kelly takes them away again. Weir, Trent Dew, Cameron Nixon. Upset with that restart. I think he just nailed the Dew car and was up into third spot, so he's going to have to do it again. And oh, have a look at this. There's no love lost there. Oh, I think Dew's just sent him out of this. It's all too rough for me. No, just cutting across the grass. Yeah, interesting stuff there. Maybe they'll discuss that in the pits a little later. It's Kelly, Weir, Nixon, the 85 car, now back up into 4th spot. That's the Ray O'Neill car. Gets himself a little wide and now back into 5th spot. Youngbury up there. It's Kelly, Weir, Nixon, Youngbury, O'Neill is your top 5. 4 laps to go. Racing Fuego back on the track. I don't know where he is, but he's not anywhere near the front. Dew obviously has an issue and is now just circulating on the grass. I'm not sure what's going on there. He wants to be out on the track. He wants to be on the grass. He's having an interesting try and Trent Dew. I'm a little confused. That's not hard. But in the front we have Kelly, Weir, Nixon under pressure now from Armstrong. One to go, white flag out. Kelly, Weir, Nixon, Armstrong, your top 4. They're the only ones really in it, and it's a battle for 3rd and 4th. The checkered flag comes down, and it's Kelly in car number 18, the 7 and 2 of Weir and Nixon. Kelly, Weir and Nixon, 1, 2 and 3. Youngbury in 4. That's the way our four cylinders finally finish it. So they'll pull over onto the infield and get ready for their presentation.
Very much, Neil, for the AMCA presentation. Third placing tonight, Mitch Randall.
First of all, I'd like to thank all the sponsors, Cox Exhaust, Brake Steering, Links Electrical, Liverpool Racing Chassis. I'd like to thank my dad for making this happen, and my pop for bringing me over here tonight. I'd like to thank my mum, Steph and Matt, and Malcolm for coming out tonight. Thank you.
Good on you, Mitch. Second placing tonight, folks, in the AMCA feature from Grafton, Tony Blanche.
Thank you very much, Frank. Thank you everybody for coming tonight. Thanks Ollie, the boss, Huey Lloyd for the car season's been good. Nothing I can do for Stewie, man. He's just a master on those sort of tracks, and young Mr. Randall here, he's just a pain in the butt. He's getting better. Thank you everybody coming, and yeah.
Good on you, Blanchy. The winner tonight, folks, of the AMCA feature. He does it quite regularly from Grafton, Stuart Hall.
Thanks, Frank. Yeah, I got to thank Huey Lloyd, BRC for helping me out, and Beedman Engineering, Tim Luskin with the batteries, and yeah, thanks for everyone turning up. I hope you enjoyed a modified production race tonight. It'll be fairly interesting on that slippery track.
Good on you, mate. And that it will be. We'll get these four-cylinder guys out here as quick as we can, please. Goes to Cameron Nixon. Good on you, Cam.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank Mum and Dad and Nana and Pop all down the stands, and I think Megan and Jodie are there, and who else, Darren, for working on the car all day. Thanks for getting us back on track. The Queensland guys for putting up such a good race. Corrigan Hotel, Richmond River Mates, and Locals, and Richard Lutz, made us on.
Thank you, mate. Well done. Second placing tonight, out of Queensland, I'm led to believe, to Timmy Ware.
Just like to thank my dad and brother for always preparing the car. I'd like to thank my uncle and auntie for coming down to watch. Congratulations to Mark for the win. It's a good weekend. Thanks.
Thanks, Timmy. And once again, the Queenslanders, they've got us again, folks. The winner of the night, Mark Kelly.
Hey, I'd just like to thank Peter and Lester Bagley over there. Got a good motor. Tim and Frank Kelly helped me out heaps too. And Gary Pagel helps me a lot too in the car. So yeah, it's been a long time since I've been up here, and glad I'm back racing again. Thanks heaps.
Good on you, mate. Give it up for those guys. Good driving, great racing that.